Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam. Thanks for tuning in to live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. And right now we're dealing with a lot of severe thunderstorms that are working their way southeastward from portions of the Midwest into the southeastern United States. We right now have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. Yes, 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. We did have actually more before. We were above 25 severe thunderstorm warnings just about 2 minutes ago. We're now down to 18 across a lot of states like Illinois, Indiana, Tennessee, Georgia, Missouri, Indiana. I mean, just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there, but thankfully no tornado warnings, though we did have one earlier on across the state of Alabama. So let's first start off with in the state of Illinois, where we've been dealing with pop-up thunderstorms, but they have now organized into a line of storms. I'll take it back for quite a while, actually all the way back into 5:05 p.m. Eastern time. You see there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings across the western half of Illinois, and you see there was actually even a report of 4-inch hail in diameter. This was in Lee County, Iowa, right on the border between Iowa and Illinois, and this was by emergency management. A fire department reports softball size hail west of Denmark, Iowa, in northern Lee County. And that hail, you usually don't see hail that big very often. I haven't seen it in 7-8 months. I mean, you don't see hail that large, and that's the hail that really destroys car windows, houses, house windows, the siding on houses, depending on how high the winds were at that time. Just very large hail for any time of the season. They saw those severe thunderstorms pop up, even a little rotation within some of them. Though we go forward later on, about an hour into 6:05, they kind of evened out, organized into a line of storms. Still, you can kind of pinpoint the individual cells. A lot of hail reports right around the inch to 2-inch in diameter size, besides that 4-inch in diameter size, which we saw before. And we actually had a wind gust of 64 miles per hour. This was via train spotter in McDonough, Illinois County. Another wind gust of 60 miles per hour, but this one was in Adams County, Illinois. The source was ASOS. And now we go to the present time, 7:02 p.m. Eastern time. They kind of evened out now, starting to get just into one evenly fined line. There's a heavier burst of rain here, probably some hail embedded with that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Illinois, for Christian County in central Illinois, southeastern Sangamon County in central Illinois, Moultrie County in central Illinois, northwestern Shelby County in central Illinois, southern Payac County in central Illinois, southern Champaign County in east central Illinois, western Douglas County in east central Illinois, and also Macon County in central Illinois. And that's until 6:45 p.m. Central Time. A few other storms also around this, and this is not the only area that we're going to be seeing the severe weather. Also going to be seeing it across parts of, again, the southeastern United States, a little bit of the Ohio Valley, and also into portions of like Arkansas, Missouri, western Tennessee, northern Mississippi. Let's go to the Paducah radar site in very western Kentucky as this one loads. A few very decent cells are popping up here, possibly even supercells. The chances for tornadoes tonight are definitely there. Not quite as high as they were over the past few weeks when I had my previous live streams, though they're definitely still there, especially within this area right between Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, southern Illinois, western Kentucky. So here's a few of them in southeastern Missouri, getting those bright blues showing up on the radar. 65 dBZs, 69.5 dBZs. That's indication of some pretty decent hail within the southeastern Missouri area. According to the radar, a little over 3 inches in diameter up in the sky, so probably golf ball size hail, maybe even more, as we get a few reports of quarter size hail about 10 to 15 minutes ago. A few other cells north of here, also a few of them developing in northeastern Arkansas, again right on the border between northeastern Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. But also down here in the southeast, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, dealing with some thunderstorms. Also in South Carolina. Here's a few of them in Tennessee. A few little pop-up thunderstorms, not quite as strong as the other ones we were looking at in Missouri and Arkansas. Though still, the National Weather Service has prompted a few severe thunderstorm warnings just east of the Nashville area and northwest of the Huntsville, Alabama area, right on the border between Alabama and Tennessee. Had a storm report of 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Lawrence County, Tennessee. This was by emergency management. Report of a wind gust of 50 to 60 miles per hour by a train spotter. Location is 8 miles south of Lima. Time estimated by radar. And another report just southeast of there, also in Lawrence County, Tennessee. Report of a 12-inch tree in diameter down on Union Hill Church. Also multiple reports of trees down in this area. Time estimated by radar, which wasn't too long ago at all. So this cell has taken down some rather large trees. So if you live in just northwest of the Huntsville area, southwest of the Fayetteville, Tennessee area, make sure to get safe. You are most likely under a severe thunderstorm warning. And there's a big line of storms in the southeastern Alabama, south central Georgia area. A few severe thunderstorm warnings are with this line of storms. There was more earlier, just only 2 right now, south of the Warner Robins and also west of the Warner Robins area in south central Georgia. Also a line of storms just south of that one near the Tifton, Georgia area, northwest of Thomasville area. I have a report of a 44-mile-per-hour wind gust. Place was Southwest Georgia, Regional A, Daugherty County, Georgia, and the source was ASWS. Also in the South Carolina and North Carolina, those line of storms I was talking about in my previous video yesterday, late last night, where that line of storms was going to weaken by the time it got to Virginia and also West Virginia. They've actually held together a little better than originally anticipated, and they've been able to stay together all the way down into North and South Carolina. A few thunderstorm warnings. In fact, it looks to be 4 different thunderstorm warnings right around the Raleigh, North Carolina area, also northwest of the Raleigh, North Carolina area. A few decent cells showing up here. Looks to be purples, maybe even a little blue showing up here. Have a few reports of almost an inch hail size in diameter in Wake County, North Carolina. Moving pretty fast to the southeast. Let's see how fast they are moving. Around 35 to 40 miles per hour. So if you live southeast of Raleigh, North Carolina, there's most likely some thunderstorms heading your way. And also southwest of Raleigh, North Carolina. Make sure to get safe. Some pretty strong thunderstorms heading your way. Also another wind gust of 58 miles per hour. A lot of strong wind gusts with these storms. This was 1 mile north by northeast of Alamance and also in Alamance County, North Carolina. Source was again ASWS. A 50-knot wind gust measured by the ASWS at the Burlington Alamance Regional Airport. And we're just dealing with 1 severe thunderstorm warning in the state of South Carolina, very northern South Carolina. Not really a strong cell compared to the other ones we're going to see tonight and also are currently seeing right now. So let's go to the future radar forecast. This is going to be from the NAM model for the eastern half of the United States. I'm going to go forward a little more to this evening. This is for around 8 p.m. tonight. You see those line of storms in central Illinois, a few of them now popping up in Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, and also that line of storms in North Carolina. Forward to 11 p.m. Eastern time tonight, those line of storms actually intensified more. There's a lot of available energy, especially around the northern Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky area. Cape values were at 4,000 to 5,000 in some areas. That is plenty of energy for these storms to eat up and really intensify later on tonight across Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas, and currently in Indiana, southern Illinois, and southeastern Missouri. Later on tonight, right around 3 a.m. Eastern time, lines about the same strength as it once was, right around 11 p.m. tonight. Now it's in West Virginia, Kentucky, central Tennessee, and northern Alabama and Mississippi. Forward again to around 5 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. That line of showers is starting to weaken a little as it gets further on to the southeast into portions of the Carolinas, northern Georgia, and central and southern Alabama and Mississippi. Now to tomorrow morning, later on in the morning, right around 10 a.m. Eastern time, those line of storms have all but dissipated now within the southeastern region of the United States. And now there's a rather intense storm that is developing in the northeastern United States. I also had this in my video I showed last night. You can see by tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern time, heavy rain, gusty winds, a very strong low pressure, and also a decent amount of snow for portions of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Night Gamer, what are you using to track storms? I am currently using Gibson Ridge Level 3 HD Doppler radar at this current time. What are you using? I need to know what the radar site you are using. So the Gibson Ridge software is available for a free download across on the website www.grlevelx.com. You have a free trial of about 2 weeks, but after that it does cost some money for all the GR Level X products. Though back to the radar, the future radar, this is from the NAM model. You see that storm in the northeastern United States continues to intensify actually. And those isobars, it's kind of hard to see in the northeast, but they're very close together. And that's the difference in pressures from low and high pressure within that region. And that's an indication of some very strong winds. So if you live on the coast of Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, you're going to be dealing with possibly 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, some rain and snow depending on your location in the northeast. And now to midnight tomorrow, going into Friday, still snow across the northeastern United States, mainly snow now, not so much rain, and continues on into Friday morning and lingers a little, maybe even some lake effect snow for portions of New York State and Pennsylvania Friday morning and into the afternoon. Now over to the current National Weather Service hazard map. This is the latest update. That's what I was doing from National Weather Service. While action is in the eastern half of the United States, have some severe thunderstorm watches and also a few tornado watches. They are shaded in pink across Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama, even North Carolina and Virginia. You're all under a severe thunderstorm watch within those areas. So the area shaded in yellow in Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, and northeastern Arkansas, you are under a tornado watch. And those tornado watches mean that conditions are favorable for producing tornadoes within that region. Again, I'm not really expecting a lot of tornadoes tonight. Right around the torque count of 1 to 2 within that region, actually highlighted in that tornado watch area. I'm expecting also Tennessee, northern Mississippi, eastern Arkansas to also get a tornado watch tonight, though the conditions aren't exactly favorable for tornadoes. For a lot of tornadoes, though a few quick spin-up tornadoes are definitely possible within that region. Is there a support to be a storm in Hannibal, Missouri? I am not totally sure. I will get back to you on that. So now to the power outage map across the entire United States. This tracks the current power outages, and blue shaded states are under a no outage event, the yellow shaded states are under a minor outage event, and the red shaded states are under a major outage event. Thankfully, we have no major outage events at this time, though we do have a few minor outage events across Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. And ranked first is Virginia at 25,000 customers without power, Illinois with 23,000 customers without power, Ohio right behind Illinois also at 23,000 customers without power, and Pennsylvania at 6,000 customers, 16,000, my bad, without power. So let's go to Virginia, where the majority of the power outages are currently in the western portion of Virginia, mainly in the Gills County, Radford County, Floyd County, Patrick County. A lot of outages within that region, most likely due to those severe storms I was showing you just a few minutes ago that rolled through that region. Next is Illinois, where that I showed you at the very beginning of this live stream, where there was a lot of, let's say, that was squall line that was trying to develop. Right around where that squall line is currently, as you can see, Logan County has a lot of those outages. There's only 15,000 customers tracked within this current county, and 12,000 and a half of them are without power. So nearly the entire county of Logan County in central Illinois is without power. What about Mississippi? let's take a look at Mississippi's power outages currently. I wouldn't expect a lot of them currently. Yeah, a little over 1 million people tracked and less than 1,000 without power. Though I'm expecting northern Mississippi to possibly get a few power outages tonight, especially as those storms work their way further southeastward. As you saw with the future radar, some portions of central and northern Mississippi are going to experience some storms later on tonight. And let's go back to the current radar, where, as you can see in Mississippi, not really much going on as of right now. Mainly the action is east-north of the area. But a lot of the action currently right now is in southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas, where the majority of the severe thunderstorm warnings are, and the bulk of the severe cells are currently. Though thankfully, there is no tornado warnings. There may be 22 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but thankfully there is no tornado warnings. So let's take a look at your TRA weather prediction for tonight through tomorrow morning. As you can see, there's a very large area highlighted within the risk levels. Let's break it down. The area shaded in green is under a low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. Cities like Atlanta, Charlotte, Pittsburgh, Chicago, you're under a low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. And above that risk is a medium risk that's in the yellow shaded area that covers much of the Ohio Valley, Midwestern United States, some parts of the Southeast as well. Higher than that is the high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. Two major cities are under that. One major city, that's the city of Little Rock. Right above that is the very high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. The area is shaded in purple, which covers a large area of Kentucky, Illinois, western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, southeastern Missouri, and northeastern Arkansas. And two major cities are under that, and that's the city of Nashville and St. Louis at a very high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms tonight and into tomorrow morning. So now over to the storm hazards for tonight and into tomorrow morning. Tornadoes are thankfully only at a risk level 2 out of 5. I'm definitely expecting tornadoes tonight, though not really looking at a tornado outbreak. Though hail is at a risk level 4 out of 5, as you saw earlier with the 4-inch hail in diameter. That was a very large hail size, and which got that report in southeastern Iowa. That is at a risk level 4 out of 5. Flooding and wind shear are at a risk level 2 out of 5. Not really seeing much of that tonight. Though rain, lightning, wind, power outages, and CAPE, which stands for Convective Available Potential Energy, that is all at a risk level 3 out of 5 tonight. The hazardous area is, again, the Midwest and the southeastern United States, and this expected time is today through overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. So I'm going to keep this live stream up. I will update you regularly on these severe thunderstorm warnings, and I will get right to a tornado warning if we so happen to get one at any point of time. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like and subscribe, and also check out the links listed below to my Twitter, Instagram, and an invite link to my weather Discord channel. And if you want an invite link to the Discord channel, I will be very happy to post that in chat. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. All right, weather forecaster Liam back with you again. We just got our first tornado warning within the state of Missouri, and it's our only active tornado warning as of this time. Let's take a look at that. Right on the border between Missouri and Illinois, very southeastern Missouri and very southwestern Illinois. Let's get the latest information from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service in Paducah has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Perry County and southeastern Missouri, north central Cape Girardeau County, and southeastern Missouri until 7 p.m. Central Time. So this is the first tornado warning we've had while I'm live on TRA Weather. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity. This shows the velocity going away and towards the radar site, so we're able to see tight circulations. And as I'm looking at this, it's a rather broad rotation, but there is definitely a rotation within the cell. You see 53 miles per hour in one direction, a little further to the northeast, 10 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. See if we have any debris with this storm going to a different radar product. It does not look to be we have any debris, which is good news, and base velocity doesn't show much. Though there's some broad rotation with it, it's not very strong, though it's rotation nonetheless. So if you live in those counties or the city of Lawtown, Altenburg, you want to get to your tornado safe place, which is the most lowest and most interior place in your home, whether that be a basement or a bathroom, a linen closet, just somewhere that you're able to put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. So one tornado warning currently ongoing right now in southeastern Missouri. And this is also followed by multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, and also northeastern Arkansas. Going to monitor this tornado warning. I'll be right back if I get any new information on this tornado warning or a new tornado warning. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam here with another update, and I just got brand new information, and that tornado warning that I was monitoring has been canceled. So it was not expired. The National Weather Service has canceled it. So let's take a look really quick at storm relative velocity, see exactly why the National Weather Service canceled it. So go back a few frames. When they first issued this tornado warning, you can definitely see some rotation. Again, rather broad, but rotation still there. Forward again, rotation gets broader, starts to get weaker, and eventually there's really no rotation at all. And the National Weather Service has thankfully canceled it. So that is very good news. And I'm expecting a lot of those tonight. Really quick spin-up tornadoes. Don't really last long and dissipate rather quickly. At least I'm hoping that's going to happen tonight as well. Could get a few stronger ones, though they should be far and few between if we do. So no tornado warnings right now, thankfully, though we are dealing with 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're dealing with 18 when I first started the stream and are still dealing with 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. And they cover a large region of the eastern half of the United States. Let's go up here to south central Illinois and also portions of central and northern Indiana. We already have a lot of wind gust reports. A few reports between 60 and 70, even a wind gust of 80 miles per hour reported in Illinois. Let's take a look at that one. An 80 mile per hour wind gust in Pat, Illinois. This was by a train spotter. The train spotter reported 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gust, and that was the estimated winds. But multiple other wind gusts reported of 60 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour, and also another one of 60 miles per hour all across the east central Illinois region. Also multiple wind damage reports. Train spotter reported power poles down. Other one over here. Several 1 foot diameter branches were blown down. Also another one. Train spotter reported 20 power poles snapped along 1350 Street near entrance to Logan Correctional Center. And a few other hail reports, though mainly wind reports and also damage reports so far from the squall line of storms. And a rather pretty heavy squall line just northwest of the Indianapolis area in Indiana, where we have a few reports just west of there of about 1 inch hail in diameter. One was on Warren County, Indiana, Twitter report. And another one was also same county, Warren County, source was public. Twitter reports of hail accumulation on grassy surfaces from 7:05 to 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So that was about 40 or so minutes ago. And this looks to be that same cell. You can see some light blue showing up here. This is actually one of the more powerful cells we currently have right now. Let's go to storm relative velocity, see if we have any rotation with this, just because it is that strong. So thankfully not seeing too much. I'm a little worried right there just northwest of the Darlington area in Indiana. Possibly a little bit of rotation. I have to watch that. Though there is a severe thunderstorm warning with this cell. Let's take a look from the latest information from the National Weather Service. The severe thunderstorm warning, though, for northeastern Fountain County is canceled. If you lived in that area, there's no longer a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. Though, as we go further down, the severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8 p.m. Eastern Time for southeastern Tipcony, southern Clinton, Bone, and northern Montgomery counties. And that's a very powerful cell with those light blue shaded colors showing up. That means there's a pretty decent hail core, saying a little under 2 inches of hail in diameter up there in the sky, not exactly at the ground. So I would expect around quarter, maybe I would say around quarter size hail with this. And it's heading towards the Thorntown, Lebanon area. If you live in those areas or those counties I listed, make sure to get safe. There's a pretty decent cell heading towards your area. Multiple other severe thunderstorm warnings southwest of there, though thankfully those cells are not as intense as that one. And the storms continue on through the state of Illinois into Missouri, where again we were dealing with that severe thunderstorm warnings and also that tornado warning a little while ago. Thankfully, again, that has been canceled. Now into Kentucky, southeastern Missouri, and northeastern Arkansas, dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings. Another decent cell just northwest of the Jonesboro area. Last time I was live, there was an awful tornado that hit the Jonesboro area, brought widespread destruction to that region where cars were unrecognizable due to the damage they took. Stores were totally destroyed, roofs blown off, debris everywhere. It was very bad. It looks like there may be a cell heading towards the Jonesboro area, pretty decent one too. It's in the Lynn, Elcilla, Swifton, and Walnut Ridge area right now. It is heading towards the Jonesboro area at a pretty decent speed of around 40 to 45 miles per hour. Live in the Jonesboro area. Looks like you're going to get that cell. Let's hope it weakens before it gets to you guys. You guys don't need to deal with any more severe weather for a very long time. Now over to the southeastern United States, where we're dealing with some severe weather, not quite as severe as we are in the Missouri, Illinois, Indiana region. Few in north central Alabama, right around the Huntsville, Athens area in north central Alabama. Only one severe thunderstorm warning within this group of storms, though. There was a severe thunderstorm warning and a few storms in Tennessee, though there is no more severe thunderstorm warnings and just a few isolated cells. Only had one report of hail in 1 inch in diameter. Further to the south, we have two severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia and also another severe thunderstorm warning between the Florida, Georgia, and Alabama state lines. Pretty decent cells down here, though. It looks to be the heavier ones are closer to the coast, south of the Tifton area, and also, again, between the three corners of Georgia, Alabama, and Florida borders in southeastern United States. Also, a lot of other severe thunderstorm warnings in the North Carolina region, where I had my previous video before showing that line of storms that developed in the Ohio Valley made their way southeastward were eventually going to dissipate. Most of it did, but some of it did retain its intensity as it made its way southeastward. This little region right here around the Raleigh, North Carolina area, where a group of cells trying to form into a line of storms. Not a really well organized line, but you really don't want to see that because the potential for supercells are possible. With the addition of that comes tornadoes. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings around the Raleigh, North Carolina area, south, southeast, southwest of the area. Pretty decent cell, though, is southeast of the city, right around the Snow Hill area. Let's take a look at this one. National Weather Service in Newport has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jones County and east northern Carolina. Greene County in eastern North Carolina, Lenoir County in eastern North Carolina, northwestern Craven County in east northern Carolina, southern Pitt County in eastern North Carolina, west central Beaufort County in eastern North Carolina until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Live in those areas, make sure to get safe. There's a cell heading for your region. And these storms are going to continue on throughout the night tonight and even into tomorrow morning across some areas. So let's get to the future radar forecast. This is going to be from the NAM model for the eastern half of the United States. Then we go forward to around 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Actually, let's go to 10 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. See that line of storms, that squall line, pretty intense by 10 p.m. across the state of Indiana, southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, and very northeastern Arkansas. In those individual cells in the southeastern United States and the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. Forward to 3 a.m. Eastern Time tonight, that squall line of storms stays around the same intensity. Again, there's a lot of available energy within these areas. There's Cape values between 4,000 and 5,000, and you really only need 1,500, 2,000 to get some pretty decent severe weather. So when you're talking about 4,000, 5,000, there's plenty of energy, plenty of fuel for these storms to really get fired up and retain their energy throughout the night tonight and into tomorrow morning, as you're seeing the NAM models predicting that across the Tennessee, northern Alabama, Mississippi region, also into portions of the Ohio Valley. Further on tomorrow morning, right around 7 a.m. Eastern Time, thankfully those storms do run out of energy and really start to dissipate when they get to the Alabama, Georgia, Carolinas area. Maybe a few cells still remaining, though nowhere near as intense as they once were. So now shifting focused onto the northeastern United States, later on tomorrow afternoon into around 3 p.m. Eastern time, see a very strong storm system that starts to develop in the northeast. Low pressure at 981 millibars. It's a very intense storm. Isobars are very close together. That's the pressure gradient differences between high and low pressure. And there's also a very good indication of some very strong winds. Gusts between 40 and 50 miles per hour can be expected in the northeast. In addition, with the heavy rain and also snow for portions of the northeastern United States, snow accumulation amounts could reach maybe even a foot across northern Vermont, New Hampshire, and much of the state of Maine. Go forward even more later on to the day. This is for 9 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night. Low pressure system is even intensifying more, even windier conditions, and some heavy snow for Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Later on to the day tomorrow and now into Friday morning, very early in the morning, 3 a.m. Eastern time, low pressure system, according to NAML, even continues to intensify, still bringing some very gusty winds and snow to the interior northeastern United States. And later on Friday, we could actually see an increase in snow across New York State and the state of Pennsylvania. Some lake effect snow can be expected within those regions. There's really not a lot of ice cover along the lakes as of this time, so that's really going to help that lake effect snow really get heavy within those regions. Later on Friday into the afternoon hours, snow finally starts to diminish, and hopefully by Friday night, all the weather that we're experiencing, all the severe thunderstorms, the windy conditions, rain, snow in the northeast and across the eastern half of the United States is gone by this time. Maybe a few snow flurries left in the interior northeastern United States. So right before I get to the hazards map, the National Weather Service hazards map, let's take a look at the projected total snowfall from the NAM model. So this is from the NAM model, projected snowfall. You can see some areas in Maine reaching over a foot of snow, some areas between 14 to 16 inches of snow. That's a lot of snow for the month of April. And right around, I would say, 3 to 5 inches across portions of upstate New York, and heavier snow amounts, or I should say higher snow amounts in the states of Vermont and New Hampshire, and maybe some lighter snowfall accumulations across the Appalachian chain. Now to the latest information from the National Weather Service hazards map. Let me reload this map so you get the latest information. Now, looks like this has updated. That severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled for or either expired across much of the state of Virginia, North Carolina, and the southeast. Few states, or I should say a few counties, remain under that severe thunderstorm watch, shaded in that pink area in North Carolina and Virginia. It looks to be only 2 counties are under that severe thunderstorm watch in southeastern Alabama. I'm not sure why they just left 2 counties, but they did. And also a lot of activity across the Midwest and Ohio Valley region. Areas shaded in pink, again, as severe thunderstorm watches across much of central and southern Illinois and east central Missouri. Though also the area shaded in yellow, that is under a tornado watch because conditions are favorable for the producing tornadoes within that yellow shaded region. And again, I'm expecting tornadoes tonight, but not a really numerous amount of tornadoes. There could be a few quick spin-ups as we saw in Missouri just about 10 minutes ago. Expecting a lot of that tonight, maybe a few strong ones, though they should be few and far between. Now over to the power outage map, where we're dealing with a few outage events across the states of Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Now we're dealing with a minor outage event in the state of Texas and North Carolina as those storms work their way further southeastward into the state of North Carolina. You can see that is affecting the power within that region. The top 5 states for power outages right now is the state of Illinois, Virginia, Ohio, Texas, and Pennsylvania. Illinois is at the highest with 27,000 reported outages within the state. Here's the entire state's power outage map. Most of it is in the central portion of the state of Illinois, where those storms were affecting that region. The county of Logan is currently 6,000 customers. Over 6,000 customers are without power, and those are customers, not per person. So one customer is one household or one business, one power line. So That could actually be between 15 to 20,000 people without power in Logan County, and also the surrounding counties within the Logan County region, east and southeast of that region, are also without power. And not just Illinois, those other states around the Illinois region, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, and Texas are without power. Let's go to the second most power outages, and that is the state of Virginia. Warren Moore. I'm here because of the tornado watch in Kentucky. Yes, in fact, I just showed the current National Weather Service hazards map. Not sure if you were here, but let's go back to that again. You can see that tornado watch actually affects much of the state of Kentucky, except the very eastern half of Kentucky. Much of the central and the entire central and western half of Kentucky is under that tornado watch. Also, portions of southwestern Ohio, central and southern Indiana, southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, and very northeastern Arkansas are under that tornado watch. I'll be able to tell you exactly when that expires in just a few minutes when I get that information. State of Virginia, though, most of the power outages are in the western half of that state. You can see Floyd County with a little over 2,500 customers without power, and Patrick County almost 3,500 customers without power. Montgomery County almost 4,000 customers without power. So a lot of power outages tonight with these storms, which we haven't seen a lot so far this year. So I'm going to keep this live stream up through much of the evening tonight. Going to monitor these severe thunderstorm warnings. Currently have 20 of them. There's quite a lot across the eastern half of the United States. And I'll be right with you the second we get a tornado warning across any of the states that I'm watching. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share this video, and check out the links listed below to my Twitter and Instagram pages, and also an invite link to my Weather Discord channel. If you would like that link posted in chat, I would be happy to do so. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam here with you, and we just got a brand new tornado warning, and this one is in the state of Georgia. Let's take a look at that one. A little further to the southeast than we originally were, and this is in very south central Georgia, very close to the radar site. Should give us a pretty good view. So first, let's take a look at what the latest information from the National Weather Service has for us. National Weather Service in Tallahassee, Florida has issued a tornado warning for southern Barron County in south central Georgia, Lanier County in south central Georgia, northeastern Lowndes County in south central Georgia until 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So, brand new tornado warning in Georgia. This is also for the cities of Lakeland, Stocktor, Ray City. If you live in those areas or those counties I listed, make sure to get to your safe place, your tornado safe place, which is the most interior, lowest level of your home. Make sure there's no windows around and just basically put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. And this actually just got upgraded from a tornado warning to a tornado warning report, which means someone has reported an active tornado currently ongoing within this area. So let me take a look and see if we have a report. So it's saying radar indicated this one. Possibly more information down here. One more. Okay, it looks like radar indicated this one. So radar has confirmed and indicated a tornado in south central Georgia. So let's take a look at storm relative velocity. Oh, very, very clear tornado signature here, just southeast of the Ray City area in south central Georgia. You can see velocity of negative 33 miles per hour, so that's away from the radar sites. You go a little bit further to the east, 44 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction, going towards the radar site. See a very tight rotation, a very good rotation. Let's go to base velocity. Still seeing that popping up, and a little more up to 80 miles per hour on base velocity, but that is not including the storm's motion. So storm relative velocity would be the best one to use in this case. Go to correlation coefficient, a little close to the radar site, not showing any debris on any of the tilt, so that's a good sign. So there's a reported tornado warning again in the Ray City, Lakeland, Stockton city area in Georgia. I'm going to keep the radar up on this area. If I get any new information on this tornado warning or any new tornado warnings, I'll be right here to give that information. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. All right, weather forecaster Liam back again. We just got a brand new tornado warning in the state of Arkansas. Was monitoring this one in south central Georgia. I'll get back to this. So let's get to that brand new one again in the state of Arkansas. This is in the northeastern portion of Arkansas. In fact, very close to Jonesboro. Let's hope that does not go through that city again. So there's a tornado warning in effect. Let's get the latest information from the National Weather Service on this one. National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Jackson County and eastern Arkansas, south central Lawrence County and eastern Arkansas until 8 p.m. Central Time. So again, this is very close to the Jonesboro area in northeastern Arkansas. Really hope this misses that area and this tornado dissipates. And we just got that tornado warning added on further to the east, which does include the western portion of Jonesboro. We'll monitor that, but let's get the information on the newest tornado warning. So, the National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Craighead County and eastern Arkansas, northwestern Poncet County and eastern Arkansas until 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. This includes the cities of Egypt, Dryden, Cache, Otwell, and Jonesboro. Take a look at storm relative velocity. And a very good tornado signature is actually showing up with this one. Southeast of the Swifton and southwest of the Cache area, and also southwest of the Egypt and Dryden area. Showing some signatures of 21 miles per hour velocity going towards the radar. Just north of that, 64 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction, going towards the radar. And also another tornado warning popped up in Georgia. I'll definitely monitor this one. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity, or should say correlation coefficient. Doesn't look like much debris. Signatures are being shown up right now, so that is good news. Base velocity is also showing a very good signature. Definitely monitor that tornado warning. Again, in northeastern Arkansas. But let's go back to the one in Georgia. It looks like this tornado warning in Georgia has been extended, and that is so. Now it's been extended southeast of the lakeland. Only one major city is under this. In fact, there's a few other ones that popped up on my radar. The Homerville, Dew Point, and Withers area, you are under a tornado warning. Take a look at the counties under this tornado warning. National Weather Service in Jacksonville, Florida, has issued a tornado warning for north central Ecoles County in southeastern Georgia, northwestern Clinch County in southeastern Georgia until 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you live in those cities I listed or those counties I listed, make sure to get to your tornado safe place, as there is a reported active tornado right now near the Lakeland, Georgia area. Definitely still seeing a tornado signature with this. In fact, we just got a brand new scan just southeast of the Lakeland area. It's a rather broad rotation, though it is rotation nonetheless. How about correlation coefficient? Are we seeing any debris? Possibly a little bit showing up. It's a little hard to see because, again, it's very close to the radar site. A lot of radar clutter is being shown with that radar product, though there's a little bit of debris, and there is a, again, reported active tornado in the south central Georgia area. Definitely monitor that, but I want to go back to that one in Arkansas that looked much more impressive on storm relative velocity, northeastern Arkansas area. Got to keep an eye on this one. Back to storm relative velocity. Just got a brand new scan, and it is about as intense as it once was. In fact, a little more broader rotation. Hopefully that is weakening, but though still definitely there. 23 miles per hour one direction, and a little further to the north, still 60 mile per hours in the other direction. Now over to base velocity, still showing a very good signature. Seeing if we're seeing any debris. And it looks to be a little bit of debris is now showing up southwest of the Cache area. You can see some red showing up on the southwestern edge of this brand new tornado warning. So again, the counties within this tornado warning are southwestern Craighead County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Poncet County in eastern Arkansas. Also, the cities included are Otwell, Cache, Dryden, Egypt, and Jonesboro. Keep a very close eye on this tornado warning as well as the other tornado warning in south central Georgia. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Be back with a new update on these tornado warnings the second I get new information on them, or if I get a new tornado warning across any portion of the United States. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Hey everyone, weather forecaster Liam back with you again with an update on these tornado warnings. We just got a brand new tornado warning that's in the state of Indiana. So I'm just about to get to that one, but going to take another look at this current tornado warning, which is within the Jonesboro area. Again, most of you that follow the weather and heard about the bad tornado Jonesboro had about 2 weeks ago. This tornado warning is within the Jonesboro area. Thankfully, it looks like it may go a little bit to the southwest of the city, though it is going to affect the Cache and Otwell area. So let's go back to storm relative velocity. A few scans ago, you saw how intense that was. Blues and yellows showing up, indicating very tight and strong rotation. Forward a few scans to around 8:45 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a little less intense as it once was. The latest scans show it coming back possibly a little bit southwest of the Cache area, though within the Cache area, the Dryden, Otwell area, even the southwestern area of Jonesboro is still under this tornado warning. The counties under this tornado warning, let me get the information here. Tornado warning remains in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time for southwestern Craighead and northwestern Poinsett counties. Live in those areas. Make sure to get to your tornado safe place. It looks to be there is a tornado within your area. You're under a tornado warning from the National Weather Service. So that's your tornado safe place is the most interior and lowest level of your home, whether that be a bathroom, linen closet, or a basement. Make sure to get there and put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. And welcome more and more back to the live stream. Thanks for coming back to live severe storm coverage. Dealing with now 5 tornado warnings. So we just got that brand new one in Indiana. It looks like we got another one in Indiana. Let's see if that's an extension or not. It looks to be 2 separate tornado warnings. So let's take a look at this one. This is just south, not by much, south of the city of Indianapolis, south and southwest of the city, as this line of storms makes its way southeastward. Let's take a storm relative velocity look real quick, see what why National Weather Service issued these 2 warnings. So it looks to be just northwest of the Martinsville, Indiana area. There looks to be a little bit of rotation. This is very close to the radar site, so again, very detailed information. It's not very strong, nor is the one up here, closer to the city of Indianapolis, though there is slight rotation within this line of storms. So the cities of Greenwood, New Whiteland, Bengal, Franklin, Brooklyn, Martinsville, Princess Lake. If you live in those cities, you are under a tornado warning. Also, the counties listed within these 2 tornado warnings are West Central Shelby County and Central Indiana, Northeastern Morgan County and Central Indiana, Johnson County in Central Indiana, and Southwestern Marin County in Central Indiana. That's until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Tornado warning a little further to the southwest of this one. In fact, these 2 actually cross over one another. Tornado warning for southern Morgan County and Central Indiana, northern Brown County and South Central Indiana, and southwestern Johnson County in Central Indiana. Again until 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Keep an eye on those 2 tornado warnings and also the very strong winds the squall line is given. Have multiple storm reports. This is in Hendricks County, Indiana. Source was public. Report from an M-Pain report. 1-inch tree limbs broken and shingles blown off. Multiple reports of hail and 60 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts reported by emergency management. Also, another tornado warning, again monitoring this one. This is in south central Georgia, rather far away from those other 2 tornado warnings I'm monitoring. And it was in the Lakeland area. It was a reported active tornado within the area. Radar indicated the rotation and confirmed it. And now the tornado warning has worked its way further to the southeast near the Dew Point, Homerville, Withers area. Those are the cities, and now the counties within this tornado warning are north central Ecolis County and southeastern Georgia, northwestern Clinch County, and southeastern Georgia until 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go to storm relative velocity. This one is also very close to the radar site, so get a very detailed image. You can see when it was in the Lakeland area, it was a very broad rotation, though definitely rotation nonetheless. Worked its way further to the southeast, and rather hard to exactly pinpoint on where this tornado is. Looks to be some very broad rotation if there is some, though it looks like it has weakened quite a bit. So that is good news if you lived in any of those counties or cities I listed in the south central Georgia area. And not just these tornado warnings, dealing with 19 different severe thunderstorm warnings. See multiple also across south central Georgia. A little further to the north in central and north central Georgia. Not really any storms here. There's a line of storms that is still lingering around in the northwestern Georgia and north central Alabama region. Those have become less severe as the night has gone on. Now we go back to the Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois region, where we're dealing with that tornado warning in the northeastern Arkansas area. A few other severe thunderstorm warnings across Arkansas, Missouri, and western Kentucky. Where you guys are actually under a tornado watch. Let me put that one up. Tornado watch by county. So here we go. A lot of colors just showed up. So let me turn off the radar, other reports, and these. So let me get a better view here. Okay, so all the areas shaded in yellow, which is quite a large area, is under a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable for the producing tornadoes within the watch area, which is the yellow shaded area. And a little bit in Illinois, south central Illinois, and east central Missouri, that pink shaded area, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. Conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to be produced, though the tornado watch area is much larger than that severe thunderstorm watch area. Though thankfully I'm not really seeing a very large tornado event tonight and into tomorrow morning. This actually should last overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. Only seeing a few isolated quick spin up tornadoes. A few could be strong, and that's why I'm also live, as we've seen a few tight rotations, strong rotations, as the one in northeastern Arkansas and also south central Georgia. Those two were both pretty decent tornado signatures showing up on the radar. So let me turn back on everything. Severe thunderstorm warnings. You'll see there's a lot of them across also the Illinois and Indiana region within those two tornado warnings, as this line of thunderstorms continues to make its way southeastward. And also, this is going to continue throughout the night tonight across the eastern half of the United States. So let me turn this back to the future radar forecast. This is for the eastern half of the United States, the latest run of the NAM model. Let's go forward to around 9 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Let's go actually to 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. You see those line of storms, both one in the North Carolina region. That should dissipate within a couple hours, though a main concern is with that line of storms in the Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas region, as there's a lot of available energy for these storms to eat up throughout the night tonight. So the heat of the day is definitely good for these storms. It gives them fuel, but there's still a lot of energy left over from the day across portions of Tennessee, Arkansas, northern Missouri, northern Alabama. And that's why as we go forward to 2 a.m., now 3 a.m. Eastern time overnight tonight, these storms really don't lose their momentum, as there is so much energy still left within portions of the southeastern United States. So in fact, let's go over to the CAPE, which stands for Convective Available Potential Energy. It's showing some colors here. So the brighter colors, like the reds and the yellow kind of shaded colors, those are very high CAPE values, between 4,000 and 5,000, which is a very lot of it. And you only usually need between 1,000, 1,500 to get some decent thunderstorm activity. We're dealing with 4,000 through 5,000, which is plenty of energy, plenty of fuel for these storms to eat up and cause some problems. So this is for midnight tonight. You see there's still plenty of it out there. And as I go forward a little later on tonight, now into 4 a.m., a little less out there, though, when you're still talking about 3,000, 3,500 across portions of the southeast, like Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia. Still a lot of energy for these storms to eat up. Though thankfully tomorrow morning really starts lessening, only around the 1,000, 1,500 range, and the moisture really starts drying up by then. So hopefully not dealing with any more severe thunderstorms by tomorrow afternoon. And as you see, let's go back a few frames. This is around 5 a.m. Eastern Time. The line of storms is now across central Mississippi, Alabama, northern Georgia, also across the Appalachian Mountains, the lower portion of the Appalachian Mountains. Now to tomorrow morning, a little later on in the morning, around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Hopefully by then, all the severe storms have dissipated, maybe a few cells still lingering, but hopefully by this time they are all gone and dissipated. We're not going to have to deal with those anymore. But we have to deal with something else, and this is going to be in the northeastern United States. A storm system that is actually fueling these storms we're experiencing tonight is going to develop into a much stronger system in the northeast. In fact, 980 millibars, that's a very strong storm system, very tight together millibars, or I should say isobars that are very close together. That's an indication of some very strong winds. Wind gusts between 40 and 50 miles per hour can be expected across the northeastern United States, along with moderate to heavy rain and moderate to heavy snow across areas like Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, New York State, Pennsylvania. It may be April, but there is still snow in the forecast. And now later on to the evening to Thursday, this is for 8 p.m. Eastern Time, low pressure system intensifies even more, even stronger winds than before, and heavy snow for Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, and maybe even later on in the night, Thursday into Friday morning, as the storm system just kind of lingers off the coast of Maine. Going to bring some wraparound moisture and could bring some lake effect snow to portions of New York State and Pennsylvania. There's not a lot of ice cover on the lakes right now, so lake effect snow is very easy to come by. Later on the day, Friday into Friday afternoon, that storm system finally starts to work its way on out, starts the weekend. Hopefully by Friday evening into the afternoon hours, just dealing with some light snow showers across the interior northeastern United States. And most of the eastern half of the United States is looking pretty good for your Friday. So how much snow can we expect in the northeastern United States? This is going to be from the NAM model. You can see anywhere between really 3 inches to 18 inches in the higher elevations across Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. In the areas like New York State, Pennsylvania, you're going to be dealing mainly between 3 to 5 inches. Some isolated higher amounts are definitely possible, and lighter accumulations between 1 to 3 across the lower Appalachian chain. And this is according to the NAM model. Let's just take a really quick look at the GFS model, see how this compares. And actually, the GFS is even more aggressive than the NAM, and the NAM is usually the more aggressive out of the main models. So some decent snow can be expected for the interior northeast across Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, New York State, Pennsylvania over the next day or so. So let's go over to the National Weather Service hazards map. This is for the entire United States, the latest information from the National Weather Service. You see most of the action is in the eastern half of the United States. As I showed you before, that area shaded in yellow is under a tornado watch with conditions favorable for producing tornadoes. And the area shaded in pink across Illinois and east central Missouri is under a severe thunderstorm watch because conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to be produced. In the very interior northeast across New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, some winter weather advisories and also winter storm warnings in effect for that region. We were also dealing with a lot of power outages, actually. Had multiple states in minor outages events, and in fact that has even gotten more so. Now we have a minor outage event in the state of Indiana. So now Texas, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina are all under a minor outage event. And the highest state without power outages is currently Indiana and Illinois, with a little over 25,000 customers without power. And those are customers, those aren't people. So that is per household, per business, per one power line. So that's more likely between 50 to 75,000 people without power across Illinois and Indiana. So let's go to those two states. This is Illinois. You can see where those storms were across much of the central and southeastern portion of the state of Illinois. That's where most of the power outages are, like Pack County, Macon County, Shelby County, Cumberland County. A lot of outages across that area in Illinois. Now we go over to the state of Indiana, which has almost the same amount of outages as the state of Illinois does. You can see, again, the same area where those storms are impacted right now across the central and west central area in Indiana. The county of Clay, over 2,500 customers without power. Sullivan County, a little over 1,700 customers without power. Also starting to get into Morgan County, 2,500 customers. Marion County, 3,200 customers without power. So the highest amount without power right now is Hamilton County, almost 10,000 customers without power. That is roughly between 15,000 to 30,000 people. Kind of hard to judge because it's done per customer and not done per person. Though a lot of power outages tonight from these storm systems. And here is your TRA weather prediction for tonight and tomorrow morning, overnight tonight. The large area under severe weather risk. The area shaded in green is under a low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. Area shaded in yellow is under a medium risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. And the area shaded in red is under a high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. The highest risk for seeing severe thunderstorms, the area shaded in purple. Two major cities are under that, and that's the city of Nashville and St. Louis. And there's also one major city under that high risk, and that is the city of Little Rock. Storm hazards tonight are for the Midwest and Southeastern United States. Thankfully, tornadoes aren't, again, the highest risk we're going to see tonight, along with these severe thunderstorms, only at a risk level 2 out of 5. That goes along with flooding and wind shear, also at a risk level 2 out of 5. Though hail is at our highest risk, at a risk level 4 out of 5. In fact, in west central Illinois and very southeastern Iowa, it was right on the border, there was a report of 4-inch hail in diameter. That is incredibly large hail. That's the type of hail that totally destroys car windows, destroys siding on houses, brings damage to windows, probably destroys windows in houses. You usually don't see that. In fact, I haven't seen that in roughly 7 to 8 months, so not good when you see that. And rain, lightning, wind, power outages in CAPE, which we saw earlier, the convective available potential energy, is all at risk levels 3 out of 5. This is expected again tonight, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning. So now back to the current radar. Still dealing with 2 tornado warnings, in fact 3 tornado warnings, 2 in Indiana and 1 in Arkansas. And that one in Georgia has been either expired or canceled. Again, you saw it earlier, wasn't really much rotation going on. Wasn't expecting them to keep that tornado warning up, and they have not, and it either has been canceled or expired. They're still dealing with this tornado warning in northeastern Arkansas. Again, it was very close to the Jonesboro area. And if you follow the weather, and if you heard about what happened in Jonesboro a little over a week and a half ago, I do believe, there was a very large and destructive tornado that tore through that portion of Arkansas, the Jonesboro area, totally destroyed cars. Really, they were unrecognizable to how much damage they sustained, and also destroyed buildings, houses, businesses. Cars were flown around. It was just not a good sight to see. It was a very large and destructive tornado, and it's very hard to see another tornado warning just south of the area. In fact, there was a moment where there was a tornado warning in effect for Jonesboro. Thankfully, that tornado warning has gone south of that region, though places like Otwell, the Greenfield, Harrisburg area, you're under a tornado warning, and this is actually a tornado warning report, which means this is an active tornado, either confirmed by somebody or the radar. So let's get the latest information from the National Weather Service. A tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Time for southwestern Craighead and western Poinsett counties. This has been in effect for those counties for quite a while. Let me see who confirmed this. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. So this was not a radar confirmed tornado. This was a weather spotter confirmed this tornado to be on the ground and active right now. Let's go over to storm relative velocity. It's about as strong as it once was when we first started viewing this. In fact, let's go back a few frames when it was just west of the Jonesboro area. You see where that rotation was. It was very strong when the tornado warning was originally out, just west of the Cache area. Weakened a little, wasn't much left, and it looks like it has re-strengthened west of the Greenfield area. It's a slightly broad rotation, though rotation nonetheless within this area. Let's see if we have any debris with the correlation coefficient radar product. different tilts, not really seeing much, which is good news. Though again, if you live in those counties, those cities I listed, there's an active tornado within your area, and it is moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So make sure to get to your tornado safe place if you haven't already, as there's an active tornado warning report in your area. Also, the two other tornado warnings in the state of Indiana. In fact, we just got a tornado report just southwest of these two tornado warnings. This was in Owen County, Indiana. Source was public. Also reported a funnel cloud within that area. Have to watch that. Let me take off the severe thunderstorm warnings. Take a look at the storm relative velocity. This is again just south of the Indianapolis area. The possible tornado is way down here now, as this tornado warning has been up for a little while. Now, this tornado warning up here, the closer one to the city of Indianapolis, right around the Franklin, Bengal area. I'm not really seeing much rotation within that region, though there's a little bit southeast of Martinsville, Indiana, and southeast of Morgantown, Indiana. There's a little bit of rotation. It's not very strong within both of these tornado warnings, though it's still rotation nonetheless. Any debris being shown up within the radar? Let me fix this a little. It does not look like it. So there is something very interesting you can see about this. You see this line of red here as indication of very strong winds. That's actually like debris, like twigs flying around, garbage, just because how strong that gust front is. Let me go to base velocity, see if we can actually see that. Let me go back. There we go. Yeah, some winds reaching nearly 70 miles per hour just above the surface. So you guys in the south central and central Indiana area, it looks like you have two tornado warnings within those regions, and also some very strong winds, as we have multiple reports of between 55 and 70 mile per hour wind gusts, again, right around the Indianapolis, Indiana area. So I'm going to watch these 3 tornado warnings, 2 of them in the state of Indiana and 1 in the state of Arkansas, right around, again, the Jonesboro area. Definitely monitoring that one. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like, and share this video. Check out the links listed below to my Twitter and Instagram pages and my weather Discord channel. The link is in the description. And if you would like an invite link posted in chat, I can do so. I'll be back the second I get new information on any of these tornado warnings, or if we get a new tornado warning across anywhere in the United States. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Hey everyone, weather forecaster Liam back again. Those two tornado warnings that were in Indiana have both expired, so they are no longer in effect for those regions just south of the Indianapolis area. And I was looking at the storm relative velocity. Most of you saw that. They were rather weak if they were tornadoes, and it doesn't look like they're going to reissue any tornado warnings, which is good news. So the main concern with this line, and which is going to be the main concern throughout the evening and overnight tonight, and even into tomorrow morning, is going to be the gusty winds. You can see just how many wind reports, all of these green backgrounds with the little lightning logo, those are all wind damage reports or just wind reports. Multiple wind reports of 55 through 70 miles per hour. It's a report of 1-inch tree limbs broken, shingles blown off, tree limbs blown off. Really the same report, just some very gusty winds. And you saw that with correlation coefficient earlier. In fact, I'll go back to that, where you saw this line right here, this red showing up here. It's a very distinct line. I can even fine tune it a little bit there. That is an indication of some very strong winds. That's just the debris being blown around because of how strong those winds are. And if we go to base velocity, this is not exactly on the surface, just how radar systems work. It's a little above the surface, but this gives you a pretty good indication of how strong those winds are. 80 miles per hour just south of Franklin in Indiana, and also a few other areas like Shelbyville, 57 miles per hour. East of Martinsville, 61 miles per hour, and that's just above the surface, especially how close this radar is close to these areas like Franklin and Shelbyville in Indiana. So some very strong winds associated with the squall line, and this is going to continue to make its way southeastward further on into the state of Indiana, eventually into the state of Kentucky, southwestern Ohio, and also possibly into southern Illinois and western Kentucky, though it kind of breaks up and kind of forms some individual cells around this area in the southern Illinois and western Kentucky region. Though there's 16 severe thunderstorm warnings, had a lot of those throughout the evening and are going to have a lot of them throughout the night tonight. Though we have had a few tornado warnings. One is still active in northeastern Arkansas. This one has been reported by weather spotters. Let's take a look at the latest information from the National Weather Service. Let me get to this. The tornado warning for southwestern Craighead County is canceled. Live in that area, there is no longer a tornado warning in effect for that region. So the tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Time for western Poinsett County. You live in that county, you are the only one currently under that tornado warning. Also the cities of Harrisburg and Greenfield. Let's go to storm relative velocity, see how good the signature looks, and this tornado signature does look pretty healthy. You can see those bright greens and yellows showing up on the radar. 59 miles per hour one direction, a little bit to the south, barely to the south. 33 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction, going away from the radar site, and that's how we're able to see these tight rotations. So if you lived in the Greenfield or Harrisburg area, that possible tornado is heading right for you guys. So you want to get to your tornado safe place immediately. Let's see if we have any debris showing up. It's a lot of clutter here. Though if I do take it up a little bit, possibly a little bit of debris, kind of hard to see because we are rather close to the radar site. Some clutter is being showed up, but there is some debris showing up with this possible tornado, and even if we go to base velocity, 62 miles per hour in one direction and 22 miles per hour in the exact opposite direction. Again, if you live in those areas, make sure to get safe if you haven't already. And this is going to be a normal fane throughout the evening and overnight tonight. In fact, these storms may even get stronger within some areas. So let's go to the future radar forecast. Let me fix this up right here. The latest info from the NAM model. This is going to be for the eastern half of the United States. Let me fix that right there. Restart it. There we go. So let's go forward a little later on tonight, around 10 p.m. Eastern Time. See that line of storms that continue to make their way southeastward into southwestern Ohio, on the border between southern Indiana and Kentucky, Illinois, Tennessee. There's a lot of energy available, a lot of CAPE, convective available potential energy from the daytime still within those regions, especially in the northeastern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, Alabama, central and western Tennessee region with values of CAPE at around 4,000 through 5,000, which you only really need 1,500 to get severe weather activity. Now we're talking about 4,000 through 5,000. So definitely a lot of fuel, a lot of energy for these storms to continue to go throughout the night tonight. This is 4 a.m. Eastern time. A little weaker than they once were, though still definitely strong and severe thunderstorms across West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, northern Alabama, and northern Mississippi. Now, for a little later on to the morning, right around 7 a.m. Eastern time, Thursday morning, line really starts the weekend as of this time across portions of Alabama, Mississippi, northern Georgia, and the Carolinas. Not really much left of the squall line, and by the afternoon, it should be totally gone. But we have another concern to worry about, and that's in the northeastern United States. This front, this storm system that is producing this severe weather is going to produce a strong storm in the northeastern United States, bringing very strong wind, moderate to heavy rain, and yes, some snow can be expected in the interior northeast. It may be April, but still seeing snow across the United States. And this is now for Thursday evening. Low pressure just on the border between New York State and Canada at 980 millibars. See how close together those isobars are. In fact, let me go towards the northeastern portion of the United States so we get a better look at the storm. You can see exactly how close those isobars are together. Still a little hard to see because they kind of blend in with the background. But that is an indication of some very strong winds. Wind gusts between 40 to 50 miles an hour are definitely possible. And with that snow and those heavy rains within that area, not going to be a good combination. This continues on throughout the night, Thursday night, and even into Friday morning. You see that low pressure system intensifies even more according to the NAM model, now at 967 millibars. I do believe that is overdoing it just a little bit, though still a very strong storm in the northeast. Still bringing mainly snow now to the interior northeast, and actually some wraparound moisture could come around into New York State, Pennsylvania, maybe even Ohio. Could get some lake effect snow. It's late in the season, not a lot of ice covering the lake, so very easy for lake effect snow to happen if you got the moisture and the cold air, which we have both of those during this event. Later on the day, Friday and the Friday afternoon, snow finally does start to diminish. Hopefully by Friday night, just dealing with a few flurries across the interior northeastern United States and across the eastern half of the United States. Looks pretty good Friday night, and hopefully will be like that through your Saturday and Sunday. So let me go a little further forward with the GFS model. Let me change this around real quick with the GFS model. Let me go to radar rate frozen precipitation. There we go. So the rest of your Friday is going to be pretty nice. Some rain could develop across portions of the Midwest, and another storm system does arise in the southeastern United States. Some very heavy rain can be expected with that system. Flooding is definitely going to be a concern in the southeast, especially across Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee. Going to have a lot of rain for your Easter Sunday. This is 2 p.m. Eastern time. So that low pressure is over Illinois at 992 millibars. Could actually bring some snow to portions of Iowa, Wisconsin, and upper Michigan. And as this storm system continues to intensify later on into early next week, hopefully the southeast is going to be rain-free, though the northeast looking at, again, some rain, moderate to heavy at times, though hopefully no snow with this individual storm event. Definitely something to watch this weekend and into early next week. Let's go over to the National Weather Service current hazards. This is the current hazards map. See, across the entire United States, most of the action is in the eastern half of the United States. The area shaded in yellow is under a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable for tornadoes to be produced within that watch area. Also, the area shaded in pink in the south central Illinois, east central Missouri region, that is a severe thunderstorm watch, as conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to be produced within that area. Though thankfully, looks like those storms are starting to move out of that area, so hopefully that watch will expire soon. Now over to the power outage map. We've been monitoring this all this evening. We've had a lot of outages across the United States. And in fact, we have now a major outage event in the state of Indiana with 59,000 customers without power. That is roughly between 100,000 and 125,000 people without power in the state of Indiana due to these very strong, severe storms. Not even really tornadoes, but you saw how strong those winds were and all those tree limbs down, reported power lines down. That is going to bring a lot of power outages to the state of Indiana. And as you see, we load up the state of Indiana. You're able to see each and individual counties. The highest outage event looks to be in Hamilton County. It's right around the Indianapolis area at over 25,000 customers without power. And those are customers. Those are not people. So one customer could be up to maybe even 10 people, depending on the household and the business. So that's roughly between 50 and 75,000 people without power just within the Hamilton County alone. This stretches across the southwestern portion of the state: Huron County, Morgan County, Owen County, Greene County, Sullivan County. A lot of outages being reported within those counties in the state of Indiana. And second for outages is the state of Illinois at a little over 25,000 outages, now at 26,000 outages. Again, most of those are in the central and southeastern portions of the state, which again have been hit hard by those severe storms. Cumberland County, Crawford County, Lawrence County, Pack County, Logan County, a lot of outages being reported for you guys. This is going to continue again throughout this evening, overnight tonight, and even into tomorrow morning. So let's take a look at this one tornado warning we have right now. Getting a little hook echo actually showing up now. You can see that that hook shape showing up on the radar just north of Harrisburg and also southwest of the Truman area. That is an indication of a tornado. Also south of the Greenfield area, probably seeing the brunt of that tornado right now. So let's go storm relative velocity. Showing a pretty decent, still a good tornado signature, been rather consistent with that within the northeastern Arkansas area for the Ponce County area in northeastern Arkansas. Showing velocity of 38 miles per hour in one direction going towards the radar site and 20 miles per hour going away from the radar site. So we have a hook, we have a reported tornado reported by storm spotters, and not really showing much debris. Kind of hard to see it as there's a lot of radar clutter going on because this is a very small cell, just the very western edge of it. So if you live in those cities I listed or that county, make sure to get safe. There is a hook echo with the storm that has been reported as an active tornado by weather spotters, and National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your area. So get to the lowest, most interior level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. I'm going to keep this radar up through the majority of this evening and tonight. In the night tonight, you're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you are new to the channel, make sure to help out TRA Weather by subscribing, sharing, and liking the video. Also, check out the links listed below to my social medias, my Instagram and my Twitter page, and also an invite link to my weather Discord channel. And if you would like that invite link posted in the chat, I will be happy to do so. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back again with an update on these severe thunderstorms across portions of the southeast and midwestern United States. We were dealing with a tornado warning that has been going on for quite some time now in the northeastern Arkansas area. In fact, I go back a few frames earlier on into this night. You can see it was just north of Harrisburg, southwest of Jonesboro. This was at 8:30, and this tornado warning actually just expired, so it was actually active for almost an hour and a half. So it was a very long track tornado. So let's take a look really quick at this cell that had that once tornado. Let's go back to whence it was originally reported. So we're going to go to storm relative velocity. Near the Harrisburg area, you can definitely see some rotation. Kind of weakens a little, still hanging around just southwest of the marked tree area, and really started to dissipate. And over the past about 10 minutes, they have canceled that tornado warning. So very good news to hear that tornado warning is no longer in effect in the northeastern Arkansas area. And let me turn on a few reports to see if we have any reports of any tornadoes that were in this area or spotters or anything that reported a tornado in the northeastern Arkansas region. So I have them all on. Thankfully, no reports of a tornado. We do have a few reports, Storm Prediction Center hail reports, but other than that, it looks like we have no tornado damage reports or anything like that. So that is good news. Well, right now we have one flash flood warning, though 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. Had consistently 18 severe thunderstorm warnings for much of the evening and night tonight. I'm also expecting that to continue overnight tonight and even into tomorrow morning. Warren, I got a little storm in eastern Kentucky heading my way. Yes, there's a lot of severe weather, especially in the Indiana, southern Illinois, Tennessee, Kentucky region. So let's take a look across portions of the Midwestern Ohio Valley United States region. I have two severe thunderstorm warnings across the western Tennessee and Arkansas border region, also a few others in the northern Tennessee region, also into portions of western Kentucky. Now, where we've been dealing with very heavy, strong winds has been in the southeastern Indiana region, where we've had just some incredible wind gusts of near 75 to 80 miles per hour being reported. You saw how strong they were earlier, and if you weren't here, there was some wind signature showing up of near 80 miles per hour just above the surface. And as you can see, tons of wind damage reports, multiple reports of tree limbs down across the county. That was in Rush County, Indiana. Another report in Shelby County, Indiana. 1 inch tree limbs broken, shingles blown off, and that just continues on for much of the central Indiana area, right around the Indianapolis area, where a lot of power outages were being reported. I'll take a look at that in just a little bit. Though we have a line of storms that are accompanied with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Looks to be nearly a dozen within this region. And now they're heading towards the southeast at roughly about 30 to 35 miles per hour. They'll eventually get their way into portions of southwestern Ohio and much of the state of Kentucky. And these continue on, a few of them across portions of north central Tennessee. As we saw before, we were dealing with some storms across portions of Georgia, where we actually had a tornado warning not too long ago in very south central Georgia. Seems to be a line of showers in the northwestern Georgia, northeastern Alabama region, right around the Albertville, Alabama, Calhoun, Rome area in Georgia. Further to the south, where again we had that tornado warning. So like you can see, I go back a frame, we had those severe thunderstorm warnings, eventually a tornado warning. They have worked their way on out, and just some storms left along the coast in the very northern portion of Florida. And that is accompanied by a special marine warning, which is basically a severe thunderstorm warning over the sea. So that's what that blue shaded box is for. So this is going to continue, as you've seen over the past few hours. It's going to continue on throughout the night tonight and possibly even into tomorrow morning for some folks in the Ohio Valley and southeastern United States. So this is for midnight tonight. You can see those line of showers in the southwestern Ohio, southeastern Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee region, bringing some very strong winds and possibly even a few isolated tornadoes. Though again, the threat for tornadoes, as we've seen tonight, hasn't been very high. Again, as I expected, a few quick spin-ups, maybe one or two long-track tornadoes, as we did have one in northeastern Arkansas. Though thankfully, that's not the main concern. The main concern is the hail and the wind, which we have seen plenty of that across portions of Indiana. So let me change this really quick. This was in a different product. I didn't totally want that one. There we go. So let's continue on forward. Later on tonight, this is for 3 a.m. Eastern Time. See that line of showers now over West Virginia, portion of southeastern Kentucky, central Tennessee, and northwestern Alabama and northern Mississippi. Maybe even some portions of southern Arkansas as well. And there's a lot of energy available within these regions of like Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, with some CAPE values of near 4,000 to 5,000, which you really only need 1,000 to 2,000 to get some decent severe thunderstorms. And when we're talking about 4,000 to 5,000, that's plenty of fuel, plenty of energies for these storms to absorb and bring some pretty nasty weather to portions of the Ohio Valley and southeastern United States. And these storms aren't really going to lose their intensity until tomorrow morning. As you see now, we're at around 6 a.m. Eastern Time. See those storms are now over central Alabama, Mississippi, northern Georgia, the Carolinas, really starting the weekend. And by tomorrow morning, right around 10 a.m. Eastern Time, they are all but gone. Though we have another storm system to monitor in the northeast, which is associated with these severe thunderstorms that they are experiencing in the southeastern and midwestern United States. Forward to 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, you see that low pressure system over northern New York State at 981 millibars, bringing very heavy to moderate rain in the northeastern United States and even some snow to portions of Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, and also the interior northeastern United States, and also a lot of wind too. You could get gusts between 40 and 50 miles per hour within the northeastern United States region. Later on tomorrow evening, snow and rain continues. Snow actually picking up in intensity in Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. That storm system intensifies even more off the coast of Maine, bringing more gusty winds and heavier snow to those regions. Some areas in Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire could actually end up with near a foot of snow by the time this is all said and done. And we all know it is April, not usually seeing much snow within this month, though it's definitely possible as we're seeing in the northeastern United States. Now, very late Thursday night going into Friday morning, there actually could be some wraparound moisture from this low pressure system because they turn counterclockwise. So they're bringing the moisture in from the south and the east, and they wrap it around sometimes. And that also accompanies cold air from the north, which in this case is from Canada, going to go over the lakes there and possibly bring some lake effect snow to New York State and northwestern Pennsylvania. Also still bringing some snow to Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Hopefully by Friday afternoon it'll start to diminish and just dealing with a few snow showers, light snow showers in the interior northeastern United States. Now over to the National Weather Service hazards map for the entire United States. This is the latest update. Seeing a few changes here. As I said before, that severe thunderstorm watch that was in eastern Missouri and also south central Illinois I was expecting that to expire or be canceled. Looks like they have canceled most of that, though some of it still lingers in southeastern Illinois. The area shaded in yellow is under a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable for producing tornadoes. And it looks like we got a brand new tornado warning in Indiana. So let's get right to that. So this is in the state of Indiana. It looks to be associated with that squall line that I was just showing you a little bit ago. Right between, let me turn off the severe thunderstorm warning so we can see this a little better. This is right between the southeastern Indiana and northern Kentucky region, right around the Independence area, south of the Lawrenceburg area, right on the border again between Indiana and Kentucky. Areas, the counties under this tornado warning include Ohio County in southeastern Indiana, southern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, northeastern Switzerland County in southeastern Indiana, central Bone County in northern Kentucky, and eastern Gallatin County in northern Kentucky. And that's all in effect until 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So we have a current tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity, see if we see any tornado signatures showing up here. Now this purple you're seeing here, that's just some radar clutter, really no information from that. So we're looking a little further to the north. There is some rotation. It's rather light southeast of the Dillsboro area, showing some light greens and light red showing up, 24 miles per hour towards the radar site and 26 miles per hour away from the radar site. Not a very strong rotation, though it's rather close, so we'll see if that intensifies. And we just got a brand new scan, and it looks like it actually has broadened out a little, though it remains the same intensity. So if you live in the Bellevue area, the Rising Sun, the Patriot, the Dillsboro area, or those counties I listed, you are under a tornado warning. Make sure to get to your tornado safe place, which is the most interior, lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. So make sure there's no windows again where you are staying, because those can be very easily blown out. So monitor that, though, right back to the current National Weather Service hazards map. Again, the tornado watch area. Within that yellow shaded area, conditions are favorable for the producing tornadoes, as we're seeing right now in the northern Kentucky, southeastern Indiana region. And it's under that watch. So what we were monitoring earlier was the power outage map across the entire United States. We're dealing with some outages. In fact, we're still dealing with that major outage event in the state of Indiana, where I think last time they had around 50,000 outages, and they currently now have 115,000 outages. That has gone up by a lot, much more than it originally was. So that's 115,000 customers. That is not per person. So that's roughly around 200,000, maybe even more than that, people without power in the state of Indiana. So let's take a look at that and see what exactly counties are without power. So here's the state of Indiana, the current power outage map across the states of Indiana. I know a lot of them were in Hamilton County, which I believe is the county that Indianapolis is in. 27,000 customers without power, roughly around 50 to 75,000 people without power. Though a lot of that is also to the south and southwest of that county, like Brown County, Morgan County, 10,000 customers without power. Sullivan County, over 4,000 customers are without power. And also Knox County, they have a lot of outages. Almost the entire county there is without power. Nearly 12,000 customers without power within that county. And a lot of other ones shaded in that orange and red shaded colors also having power outage events. And I'm actually expecting that to go up even a little more throughout the night tonight, maybe even up to 130, 140. I hope not any higher than 150,000 though. So that's definitely possible. And right behind Indiana, which is quite lower compared to how many outages Indiana does have, is Illinois at 21,388 outages. Then Virginia at 17,000, Ohio at 17,000 as well, and then Pennsylvania at 11,000 outages. And also Virginia and North Carolina have a power outage event as well, and also Ohio. Let's go back to that tornado warning, dealing with 18 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 flash flood warning, and this tornado warning here. Last time we saw this, a storm relative velocity was showing us a tornado signature. It wasn't very strong, but definitely was showing up on the storm relative velocity. Go back a few frames, you see it was right there, those close together red and green shaded colors. Newest frame still shows that, and we just got a brand new one. It looks like it's in between that that bad info with those purple colors showing up. So I'm going to actually switch to the airport radar site, which we'll probably be able to see a better view from it right here. Actually, yes, a much better view. This is again from the radar airport site, which is a little different than a normal radar site, though still works if you're close enough to it. And you're seeing here 41 miles per hour towards the radar site and 19 miles per hour away. So a little bit of a stronger rotation showing up within this radar site. So again, if you live in those counties I listed with this tornado warning, the Bellevue area, the Rising Sun, the Patriot area, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. So let's go to your TRA weather prediction for tonight and overnight tonight and even into tomorrow morning. That's how long these storms could last. Now, there's a lot of areas shaded in a lot of colors across the eastern United States, so let's break it down. The area shaded in green is under a low risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. The area shaded in yellow is under a medium risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. And the area shaded in red is under a high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. One major city is under that, and that's the city of Little Rock. And then to the highest shade we have on this map is the very high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. That's the city of St. Louis and Nashville. Both a very high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms tonight, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning. Now over to the storm hazards. The hazardous areas, the Midwest and Southeastern United States, and the expected times today, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning. Now, thankfully, tornadoes, flooding, and wind shear, which is the amount of spin up in the atmosphere, is rather low, only at a risk level 2 out of 5. So the main concerns is going to be hail, which is at a risk level 4 out of 5, and wind, which is at a risk level 3 out of 5. We're seeing a lot of that again in Indiana, and also the hail across portions of Arkansas, Missouri, and Kentucky. And also rain, lightning, power outages, and CAPE, which is the convective available potential energy, at all at risk levels 3 out of 5 for the Midwestern and Southeastern United States region. So got a brand new scan from, again, this radar site showing actually a big better rotation than it had before. 68 miles per hour going towards the radar site and 52 miles an hour going away from the radar site. That is not good to see. That is intensifying, and this radar does not have the correlation coefficient product. So not able to see debris with this in particular radar site, which is that's a bummer, but hopefully I'll be able to find a different one soon, and we'll be able to get a better view of that possible tornado, though the signature is definitely showing up as a pretty decent tornado. So again, if you live in those areas, those cities and counties I listed, get to your tornado safe place. And you can see just behind this line of storms how many storm reports there are. In fact, we actually have a lightning storm report. Don't usually see these very often. This was in the Johnson County, Indiana region. The source was Fire Department and Rescue. Several Johnson County fire departments working on 2 fires in southern Johnson County due to a lightning strike. In fact, I can turn on the lightning here. Let's see how much lightning we have with this storm system. So here's the, oh man, yeah, a lot of lightning with this line of storms. Some sky is probably all lit up with all that lightning within the Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio region. And that's why the fire department is probably responding to 2 different fires. As you can see, all these different lightning strikes. And all the lightning strikes actually look like lightning strike icons. Those are lightning strikes within 10 minutes. So a whole bunch of lightning within the Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio region. I'm going to keep this radar up. I will monitor that tornado warning in Indiana, see if that progresses or gets worse over time. I'll also keep you updated if we get a brand new tornado warning anywhere across the United States. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRI Weather. If you haven't already, make sure to like and share this and subscribe to my channel TRI Weather for the latest weather news and information. Also check out the links listed below to my Twitter and Instagram pages and an invite link to my weather Discord channel. I'll be able to post that in chat if anyone requests it. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRI Weather. Well, back again. That was rather quick. We just got another tornado warning in southwestern Ohio, right around the Cincinnati area. In fact, this tornado warning is within the Cincinnati area. So let's take a look at this brand new tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service. Let's get the latest information on this. National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Hamilton County in southwestern Ohio and northwestern Clermont County in southwestern Ohio until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So we got this brand new tornado warning here. This is for the Cincinnati, Blue Ash, and Forest Park areas. Take a look at storm relative velocity. Looks to be maybe a little bit of rotation west of the Reedon and northeast, in the north of the North College Hill area, though it looks to be rather weak. There's also possibly a little bit of rotation near the Blue Ash area and also east of the Blue Ash area, though thankfully from what I'm seeing on the storm relative velocity, not really seeing much rotation, which is good news. Over to base velocity, that's still not showing anything either. Now this is still a tornado warning in the state of Ohio for, again, Clermont, the Switzerland County area, and the city of Cincinnati. So if you live in this area, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. And a brand new tornado warning was just issued for Kentucky. Let's get over to that one. And this is actually an extension to the tornado warning that was around the Rising Sun, Bellevue, Patriot area. This is now moved over from Ohio, or I should say Indiana, over into northern Kentucky. So let's take a look at this one. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southern Kenton County in northern Kentucky, south central Campbell County in northern Kentucky, southern Bone County in northern Kentucky, northern Grant County in northern Kentucky, northwestern Hedleton County in northern Kentucky, and Gallatin County in northern Kentucky until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Live in those counties I listed, or maybe the Walton, the Verna, the Crittenden, Sherman, Dry Ridge, Williamstown areas. Make sure to get to your tornado safe place. You are under a tornado warning. And back to this possible tornado. Still definitely some rotation west of the Walton area and southeast of the Rising Sun area now. Rather broad, though still definitely rotation within that area. So make sure to get safe if you live within that tornado warned area. Again, you're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather, monitoring 3 different tornado warnings across 3 different states. Make sure to like and share the video and subscribe to TRA Weather if you haven't already. I'll be back with the latest information on these 3 tornado warnings and new updated information, or if I get a brand new tornado warning across anywhere in the United States. All right, weather forecaster Liam back again. Just got another tornado warning. This is in very northern Kentucky. Right in between these three tornado warnings I've been monitoring. This is just south of the Cincinnati, Ohio area and northeast of the Independence area in, again, northern Kentucky. And this is right in between the three other tornado warnings I've been watching. So let's get the latest information from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for northern Kenton County in northern Kentucky, central Campbell County in northern Kentucky until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So now three different tornado warnings going on right now. Over to storm relative velocity. There is not really too much showing up. Maybe a little bit west of Taylor Mill, also west of Highland Heights. There's maybe a little bit of rotation, though thankfully it's rather weak, if there is any, which is good news. So these, not just this tornado warning, got another one down here, which actually intensified just a little over the past scan or two, south of Beverlyk, west of Walton, and north of Verona. And you can see those oranges showing up now. That's 31 miles per hour going towards the radar site, and some greens now with 29 miles per hour going away from the radar site. And let's see if we have any debris showing up. This is rather far away because the other radar site closer to this one has not been working. So having to use a radar site that's a little further away than I would like it. Though it's still working pretty good as of this time. Now those three tornado warnings in Kentucky, also have one in southwestern Ohio, again right around the Cincinnati area, also the Blue Ash area. You're under that tornado warning where we were seeing this rotation really wasn't very intense. There was a few other little rotation areas I was looking at, though they weren't very strong. Though over the last few scans showing some blues on the radar map, or the storm relative velocity, that was showing some pretty decent rotation. You can definitely see where that possible tornado is now, east of the Blue Ash area and north of the Terrace Park area. It's rather broad, not very strong, though you can definitely pinpoint where that is now. So hopefully that starts to weaken, and we don't have to worry about that anymore. Though over to the debris, possibly a little bit right around the Blue Ash area, or there was a little bit, I should say, because this is a higher tilt, which usually doesn't update as often as most radar products do. So possibly a little bit of debris with this, though hopefully that rotation again starts to weaken. And that tornado warning that was in Ohio has expired or either been canceled. I do believe it has been canceled just looking at the time. And that's because that tornado has moved out of the warned area now into the northern Kentucky. So monitoring two tornado warnings in very northern Kentucky and one just east of the Cincinnati, Ohio area. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Can monitor these three tornadoes, and I'll make sure to update you all if we get a brand new tornado warning anywhere in the United States. All right, Liam, back with you again. Got another tornado warning. This one is an extension to the current tornado warning we were having just east of Cincinnati in southwestern Ohio. Let's get the latest information on this one. National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Clermont County in southwestern Ohio and northwestern Brown County in southwestern Ohio until 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So they have extended this tornado warning that was originally right around, fix that, right around the eastern Cincinnati area. That's since moved further to the east, and they have now extended this tornado warning because there seems to be still some pretty decent rotation. So let's go back a bit. Let's see where this rotation originally was. It was southeast of the Blue Ash area at around 10:37 p.m. Eastern Time. It was still around that area. In fact, intensified a little. Was rather broad, but still intensified. And looks over the last 2 or 3 scans. It has weakened just slightly, which is good news. It's let me get these names. It's right around the Owensville in Newtonsville area in southwestern Ohio. If you live in those areas, or the Williamsburg, Mount Orab, or the Fayetteville area in Ohio, make sure to get safe. You are under a tornado warning. And also these 2 other tornado warnings down here, southwest of these in very north central Kentucky. There's one around the Alexandria area, also the New Richmond and California area on the border between Kentucky and Ohio. Still a little bit of a signature showing up, though it's not very strong and rather weak, like most of them will be tonight. One to the south, near the Crittenden, Borana, south of Kenton area. That rotation's actually a little bit stronger. Some oranges and lighter green showing up on the storm relative velocity. And this one is probably the most severe one out of the 4 tornado warnings I'm monitoring right now. So if you live in those areas I listed, those counties, make sure to get safe. You are under a tornado warning. Though other than these tornado warnings, currently dealing with 15 other severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll turn these on. You can see they cover a lot of the areas also these tornado warnings are covering. They go into much of Ohio and also down to Kentucky and Indiana. And those tornado warnings just got extended that were in north central Kentucky. They actually go over into the southwestern Ohio border now, right around the Felicity, Moscow, Bethel area. So these 2 possible tornadoes are now under one warning. So we have 2 possible different tornadoes under just 1 tornado warning now. Let's get the latest information on this one. Wilmington National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southern Kenton County, western Breckton County, northern Campbell County, northeastern Grant County, Pendleton County in northeastern Kentucky, and southern Clermont County in southwestern Ohio until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Live in those counties or these cities listed here within this red box. Get safe because there's not 1 but 2 different tornadoes possibly heading to your area. So definitely going to watch that. As well as these 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, bulk of them are in the Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana region. They cover about this entire squall line all the way down into portions of western Kentucky. Let me get over here to this radar site. Don't want to press that warning. They extend into southern Indiana and north central Kentucky. See, this was the radar site that was not working properly. Looks to be that one is offline. A few other severe thunderstorm warnings do extend into portions of south central Kentucky and northern Tennessee, right around the Nashville area. Taking a look at that. And also one in southwestern Nashville and northeastern Arkansas. Other than that, those are all the current severe thunderstorm warnings we have at this time. Definitely keep an eye on those 5 tornado warnings, though. 3 different tornadoes and 5 different tornado warnings. And this is going to continue throughout the night tonight and into tomorrow morning. So let's take a look at the future radar forecast from the NAM model. This is for the eastern half of the United States for this severe weather here. Let's go forward to midnight tonight. You see those severe thunderstorms right around where they are now, maybe moving a little faster than the NAM model originally anticipated. Though from this is expecting it to be around midnight in southwestern Ohio, border between Indiana, Kentucky, and Illinois in the western Tennessee region. Further on to tomorrow morning, right around 5 a.m. Eastern Time, that line of showers, those thunderstorms, are still around, not quite as intense as they once were. You'll definitely have to watch the northern Alabama, western Tennessee, northern Mississippi region, as there is a lot of convective available potential energy still within that area. There was CAPE values of around 4,000 to 5,000. That is more than enough to produce severe thunderstorms if you got the moisture. In this case, we do usually only need around 1,000 to 2,000 to get some decent thunderstorms. Talking about 4,000 through 5,000, which is definitely more than enough. So gonna have to watch those areas for the potential of strong straight line winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes are still possible as we're seeing in Kentucky and Ohio. Later on to the morning, these storms will eventually dissipate about completely, should be gone, totally gone by noon Friday. Though that storm system that is bringing us all this severe weather is actually going to intensify in the northeastern United States, bring a lot of moderate to heavy rain, and also some snow to portions of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. 980 millibars. That's a very intense storm. Isobars are close together as indication of some very strong winds with that low pressure system. And now it's just off the coast of Maine by very late Thursday night. This is midnight Thursday going into Friday, bringing some heavy snow to Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Could get snowfall totals of over a foot of snow, though mainly between 6 and 8 inches for the Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire region. And by Friday morning, possibly some wraparound moisture bringing some lake effect snow to New York State, Pennsylvania, and lighter snow showers down the Appalachian chain. And hopefully by Friday afternoon and into the evening hours, just some light snow flurries left in the eastern half of the United States. Looks pretty good Friday night. Let's take a look at the National Weather Service hazards map across the entire United States. They have now gotten rid of all of the severe thunderstorm watches. So who was ever under a severe thunderstorm watch is now no longer under a severe thunderstorm watch, as they have either expired or canceled them all. Though the yellow shaded area, that tornado watch, is still in effect. So in fact, let's go to that tornado watched area, the Ohio Valley region. There's a much better view, able to see this much better. Area shaded in yellow, central and western Tennessee, northeastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, southern Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, and much of central and western Kentucky, all under that tornado watch for the potential of tornadoes as conditions are favorable for those to be produced. And now over to the power outage map. We were having a major outage event in the state of Indiana, had over 115,000 outages. Let's see how much we are at now. Wow, 158,000 outages. I was really hoping we weren't going to get any more than 150,000 by the end of this night, and we've just gone about 20 minutes without looking at this, and it's already gone up roughly 45,000 customers. So a whole lot of people are without power in the state of Indiana. And if we go over to Kentucky, where those storms are moving into that state, some outages are starting to creep up in that state as well. So over 150,000 people without power. You see much of the south central and southwestern portions of Indiana without power at this time, especially the county of Hamilton County and also the Miron County. Those two counties consist of nearly 50,000 outages right around the Indianapolis area. And a lot of other counties to the south, southwest, and southeast of those are all without power. Like Knox County, 14,000 outages. Rush County, 1,000 outages. There's a little less people around those. The Bartholomew County, over 4,000 outages. Brown County, Monroe County, over 8,100 customers without power. And these are customers. These aren't people. So there's roughly around 300,000, maybe even more than that, people that are currently without power. That is definitely not good within the state of Indiana, and possibly that could go down into the state of Kentucky, maybe even Tennessee and portions of Ohio before this is all said and done. The second most outages is now Ohio and Illinois, very close to each other. We'll take a look at Ohio and Illinois really quick. Take a look at their counties that are currently out. Some portions of northeastern Ohio is without power, like the Medina County, a little over 3,500 customers without power. Though you see in the very southwestern portion of Ohio, where we were seeing that tornado warning, 25,000 customers without power. Wonder if that possible tornado had something to do with that. Though also Illinois, which was dealing with a lot of power outages earlier, is dealing with 21,000 outages. That's a little better than before. Though as I was just talking about Kentucky, they have now just went into the minor outage event. They were at 6,000. They now are at almost 14,000 outages within that state. So looks like that's going to work southeastward from Indiana into Kentucky, maybe even into Tennessee throughout the night tonight. Though let's take a look at Kentucky really quick. Those states, roughly 14,000 customers without power. As you can see, most of that is in the very northern part where that possible tornado is right now. The tornado warnings are in effect. Bone County, 5,000 customers without power. Grant County, nearly 2,000 customers without power. And also Campbell at 1,500 customers without power. Also a few other counties across the state as well. You're going to have to really monitor those power outages, that they are going to definitely add up throughout the night tonight. Though thankfully the storms are starting to exit the state of Indiana. Those power outages should go down. Though 150,000 outages, whether they are people or just customers, still definitely a lot. Going to monitor these 4 tornado warnings, 14 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 flash flood warning, and 1 special marine warning. I'll get right to you if I get any new information on these tornado warnings or if we get a new tornado warning anywhere across the United States. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. If you are new to the channel, make sure to help it out and like and share this video and subscribe to TRA Weather. Also check out the links listed below to my Twitter and Instagram pages, and an invite link to my weather Discord channel. If you would like that invite link said in chat, I am more than happy to post it in chat for you. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back again with an update. We have a brand new tornado warning across the state of Kentucky and also very southwestern Ohio. And also looks to be another tornado warning that popped up south of Wilmington, Ohio, right around west of the Hillsborough area. There's also another tornado warning that has either been expired or canceled. Looks to be it has been canceled. So let's take a look at these three current tornado warnings. First, the one in north central Kentucky. National Weather Service. Actually, a tornado warning for southern Kenton, Campbell, and northeastern Grant counties is canceled. You live in that area, no longer under a tornado warning. Though a tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time for western Bracton, eastern Pedlinton, and southeastern Claremont counties. So make sure to get to your tornado safe place if you live in those regions. And also this brand new tornado warning which just came out. This is National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for Mason County in northern Kentucky, Robertson County in northern Kentucky, Bracton County in northern Kentucky, southeastern Pedlinton County in northern Kentucky, southeastern Claremont County in southwestern Ohio, Brown County in southwestern Ohio, and western Adams County in southwestern Ohio. A lot of different counties until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And also this other tornado warning up here. This is just south of Wilmington, Ohio, also right around the Lynchburg, Hillsborough, Fast Danville area, and also right around the Fayetteville, Ohio area. Tornado warning for northeastern Claremont County is canceled. Live in that area, you are no longer under that warning, though the warning remains in effect until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time for north central Brown, southwestern Clinton, and southwestern Highland counties. Let's switch over to storm relative velocity. Should have a pretty good view on these storms. So you can see right where that possible tornado is, southeast of the Westboro, northeast of the St. Martin, and north of the Dodsonville area, showing some orange colors and also blue colors. It's a rather kind of messy rotation, kind of hard to exactly pinpoint out where the exact tornado is, though definitely something going on here. Possibly some broad rotation within this area. Make sure to get safe if you haven't already within this region. And also tornado warnings down here into the south on the border between Kentucky and Ohio. Going to storm relative velocity, really trying to see any rotation. I know this tornado warning was originally issued because there were two separate tornado warnings and they just made one big tornado warning to cover both of the possible tornadoes. And northwest of the Mount Olivet area, possibly some rotation down there, maybe a little bit north of the Brooksville area, right between the border of Kentucky and Ohio. Though once you start getting into the Georgetown area, not really seeing much rotation. Though it looks like the bulk of the rotation is north of the Brooksville area. I actually just got a brand new scan. It's pretty intense. It's gotten pretty intense over the last scan or so. So again, south of Augusta, northeast of the Brooksville area, east of the Milford. Looks like those two rotations are within those areas. Now forward to correlation coefficient, see if we have any debris showing up. Looks to be possibly a little bit south of the Brooksville and southeast of the Milford area, maybe on the very leading edge, but that's kind of hard to tell because the rain exactly hasn't gotten to that area yet. So definitely something to watch over the next about 20 to half an hour, 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Monitoring 2 tornado warnings, 16 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 flash flood warning, and 2 special marine warnings. Watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll keep you updated on these 2 tornado warnings, and I'll be right here if we get a brand new tornado warning anywhere across the United States. Hey everyone, weather forecaster Liam back again. Got a brand new tornado warning. This is an extension to that tornado warning that I was monitoring just south of the Wilmington, Ohio area, right around the Lynchburg area. This is now within the cities of Leesburg, Hillsborough, and New Petersburg. Let's take a look at latest information from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service in Wilmington has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Highland County and southwestern Ohio until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go over to storm relative velocity, see if we have any good tornado signature here. There's definitely some a little bit of rotation just northeast of the Lynchburg, northwest of the Hillsborough area, also southwest of the new Vienna area. Having some oranges and greens rather close together. It's kind of hard to tell because this is kind of a line of storms. It could be because of that as well. Though there's still a tornado warning. If you live in that county or those cities I listed, make sure to get safe if you haven't already. Also, another tornado warning south of this one between the northern Kentucky and southwestern Ohio. The counties listed in this, it's quite a large list. Let's go over to this one. The tornado warning for southeastern Pendleton County and southeastern Claremont counties is canceled. Live in that area, it's moved out of the tornado has moved out of that warned area. The tornado warning remains in effect until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Time for Mason, Robertson, Breckton, southern Brown, and western Adams counties. Live in those counties or the cities listed here: Georgetown, Decatur, Cherry Fork, Winchester, Maysville, Mount Olivet, Brooksville, Augusta, all between the north central Kentucky and southwestern Ohio, right around the border. Live in those areas. Make sure to get safe. You are under a tornado warning. Take a look at storm relative velocity. See if we're seeing those two separate tornado signatures there. Still am seeing a little bit west of the Mays Lick area and also west of the Washington area. There's a few little dents in the storm relative velocity. You see one there, Maysville. Another one down here east of Mount Olivet, though they thankfully aren't very strong, and that should be the case throughout the rest of the night tonight. Monitoring these three tornado warnings. I will be back in about 10 minutes with the final update tonight on these severe storms across the Ohio Valley, southeastern United States, and midwestern United States. Make sure to see that coming up in about 10 minutes. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRI Weather. I'll see you in about 10 minutes with the final update tonight. Hello everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam here with the final update tonight on the severe weather outbreak across portions of the Ohio Valley, southeastern United States, and midwestern region. Right now we're dealing with 4 tornado warnings, 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 flash flood warning, and 1 special marine warning. So let's start out with these 4 tornado warnings first. So here are these 4 tornado warnings. Let me take a look at these. We currently have 3 of them in the state of Kentucky and 1 in the state of Ohio. One up here in Ohio is just southeast of Wilmington. Saw it before. There wasn't a very well-defined signature, though there was some rotation going on west of the New Petersburg and south of the Leesburg area. As I go back a few frames, you see that little notch there as most likely where that possible tornado is. So if you live in the Leesburg, the Greenfield, New Petersburg, Hillsburg area, make sure to get to your tornado safe place along with the northeastern Highland County. Live in those areas or that county, make sure to get safe. There's a tornado warning in effect for your area. Now we go down further to the south into portions of Kentucky. A tornado warning that was around the Maysville, Mount Olivet, the Ripley area. There is no longer a tornado warning in effect for that region. Though we are dealing with one in just a little south of there, and also a brand new tornado warning way further to the southwest, actually southeast of Louisville, Kentucky. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Let's see this one in the Fillmansburg area. Let's get the latest information on this one. National Weather Service in Jackson, Kentucky has issued a tornado warning for northern Fleming County in east central Kentucky and north central Rowan County in east central Kentucky until midnight tonight Eastern Daylight Time. So that's where that tornado warning is. That is the second one. Now let's go back to this brand new one down here near the Louisville, Kentucky area. And this radar site is working, so we'll be able to see this. In fact, it may not be working. This looks to be some very old data. In fact, the last time this updated was 11 p.m. Eastern time. So looks like I'm going to have to go to the radar, or I should say the airport radar site, see if this one loads properly. Let's try and get storm relative velocity up. There we go. The other radar site was not working. It was last updated about half an hour ago, so that is not supposed to happen. But it was. Thankfully, just in range with this airport radar site, we're able to see the rotation. There's actually some pretty decent rotation within this possible tornado, showing 45-mile-per-hour winds going towards the radar site, and a little to the northwest, or I should say northeast, 10-mile-per-hour winds, though, going away from the radar site. So if you live in the Chaplin area, that's really the only city showing up on my radar. Live in that the Chaplin area, or the tornado warning for northeastern Nelson and north central Washington counties. If you live in those areas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. So now over to this radar still is not working properly within this Louisville, Kentucky area. Let's take a look at the current severe thunderstorm warnings. You see this covers a very large portion of Ohio and north central Kentucky. This is associated with the squall line. You can kind of see if I turn off these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, this kind of bow here, that's actually looks to be possibly a bow echo. That's an indication of some very strong winds, as we've had multiple reports. Here I go. I turned down the reports here. Multiple reports of 45 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Here's a 47 mile per hour wind gust in Mason County, Kentucky. Another one down here of 53 miles per hour in Shelby County, Kentucky. So just a lot of wind, a lot of strong wind, and some isolated hail within this line of thunderstorms. And this actually continues on down here. The severe weather continues on down here in the portions of Tennessee, even portions of Arkansas. As I go back down here, looks like the city of Nashville just got a pretty decent line of storms, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings east of the city of Nashville. Here's a few storm reports. A 60-mile-per-hour wind gust just east of Nashville. This was in Wilson County, Tennessee. A National Weather Service employee actually reported this. A report of 60-mile-per-hour wind gust within the Wilson County, Tennessee area. Multiple other reports of half-inch hail and small limbs down on Desha Creek Road in Sumner County, Tennessee. Now, Robertson County, Tennessee. This was also by emergency management. Report of trees down on Union Road and Highway 76. Also, separated trees down across the country, or I should say county. Time estimated by radar, which was I'd say about a little over 45 minutes ago. Now over here to western Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All right, how is Bowling Green, Kentucky? As a question that came in chat, let's take a look at Bowling Green, Kentucky. Thankfully, I was able to find that immediately. That was very lucky. So this is in southwestern Kentucky or the south central Kentucky region. Right now, it's looking pretty good. You actually look to be in clear spot right now. Really no rainfall unless you live in the very northern or southern parts of the Bowling Green area in Kentucky. Looks like you got some rain heading your way. It looks to be moderate, not really heavy at this time. Most of the heavy stuff is to the west, south, and east and north of you. So that is good news for the Bowling Green area. So looks like just some moderate to light rain is heading for your area. In fact, let's go a little further to the north in portions of southwestern Indiana and southern Illinois. So yes, just some moderate to light rain heading for the Bowling Green area, which is good news if you live in that area. Just some moderate rain. So back now to western Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. Few isolated cells around this area, few severe thunderstorm warnings, though nothing major as of this time. Now over to actually the Alabama and Georgia area where we were dealing with a tornado warning actually earlier in very southern Georgia. That one came kind of out of the blue. Dealing with some lighter rain showers near the Canton, Georgia area. Further to the south now where we were dealing with that tornado warning. That's well off to the sea, maybe the very northeastern portion of Florida, seeing some lighter rain. So this is going to continue on throughout the night tonight. Let's go over to the future radar forecast. This is going to be from the NAM model. Let me go on to this area first. So this is going to be the future radar forecast from the NAM model, the latest run of the NAM model. This is midnight tonight. You see that squall line of severe thunderstorms across southwestern Ohio, the border between Kentucky and Indiana, Illinois, and western Tennessee. Rain and strong winds, occasional tornadoes, and frequent lightning, as I showed you all earlier with the lightning within this area. Let's actually take a look at the lightning real quick. And also, by the way, that tornado warning in Ohio looks to be, it has been canceled. So good news on that. So let's turn on the lightning place file that updates. You see just a bunch of lightning. You can barely even see the rain. There's so much little lightning icons on this map. So frequent lightning, very strong winds, multiple reports of damage because of the winds, some light hail, and also occasional tornadoes can be expected with this line. So you see all those severe thunderstorm warnings and also the lightning. Later on tonight into right around, I would say 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Eastern time, that squall line actually retains most of its momentum and strength because there is so much energy within the Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Kentucky region. There's a lot of CAPE, which stands for Convective Available Potential Energy. And there's values of around 4,000 through 5,000. You only really need 1,000, 1,500 to get some decent storms. And when we're talking about 4,000 through 5,000, it's just a lot of energy, a lot of fuel for these storms to continue on throughout the night tonight. Now, once that does run out and they start getting further on to the southeast, they do diminish very quickly by the afternoon time tomorrow. This is for noontime Friday Eastern time. Those storms are about gone. And most of the rain now is in the northeastern United States. That's actually going to become a pretty decent storm system for you guys up there. What about northern West Virginia? Because I was told to be prepared for a big storm. So northern West Virginia, you are definitely going to see something from this storm event. Probably not quite as severe as some people across Kentucky, Tennessee, northern Mississippi are going to see, though occasionally some possibly a tornado for your region. Chances are low, so they're still there. So you can see the northern West Virginia area. Mostly the western West Virginia area is going to see the bulk of the severe weather, though portions of northern West Virginia could see some severe weather as well, though most of it should remain to the west and southwest of that region, thankfully for you. And now forward further on to the evening now into tomorrow afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Now you're seeing the bulk of the rainfall still in the northeastern United States. Very strong storm system this develops into, which is bringing this severe weather to portions of the southeast and Ohio Valley and also midwestern United States. Now at 980 millibars. Also some very heavy snow. Yes, the system's going to bring snow. I know it's April. People think snow should all be gone. It really should be, though. Gonna hang on to that winter feel a little longer for some people in the northeastern United States. It's going to linger on tomorrow, even into Friday. This is very late tomorrow night into Friday morning. Still lingers on. Some lake effect snow is possible off of the lakes, especially across New York State, Pennsylvania, down the Appalachian chain, even West Virginia, even maybe the mountains of Tennessee could see some light snowflakes out of this. Big system, very large system, very intense as well. A lot of wind, gusts between 40 and 50 miles per hour can be expected for the northeastern United States as that system just continues to intensify later on Friday into the afternoon hours, though hopefully by Friday evening the storm system has worked its way on out and just dealing with some lighter snow showers across the interior northeastern United States. So, because this is my final update for tonight, I am going to show you something really quick. We're going to switch over to the GFS model, and we're going to go a little further on into the weekend. Let me switch the product so we can see this a little better. We're going to go a little further on into the weekend this week, into Saturday. You're seeing some rain across the Midwest, also some areas in the south central United States getting some rain. So look what happens when we get into Sunday. This is Easter Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Look at all that rain in the southeastern United States, also across the Ohio Valley. Very strong storm system, very large storm system, I should say, across Illinois, 992 millibars, according to the latest run of the GFS model, bringing a lot of rain, and maybe even some snow in the northern and western sides of this storm system across upper Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, maybe even northern Missouri, seeing some snow before this storm system's all said and done. So late Sunday going into Monday, this is 2 p.m. Monday, storm system's now over Canada, bringing most of the rain over into Canada, as well as the snow, though some snow still lingers across Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and mainly the rain is only in the very northeastern portion of the United States by then. Now to the National Weather Service hazards map. One last look at the National Weather Service hazards map. This is actually got an update here. We have before the last time we saw this, there was no severe thunderstorm watches in effect, and that has now changed. The severe thunderstorm watch is now in effect for portions of central and eastern Tennessee, very western Virginia and North Carolina, and very northern Alabama and northern Georgia. You are now under a severe thunderstorm watch. That might creep down a little further to the south as the night goes on, so be prepared if you do live in portions of central Alabama, northern and central Mississippi, central Georgia, and portions of South and North Carolina that could be extended. The area shaded in yellow is under a tornado watch that's been there for quite a while. Much of the Ohio Valley and Midwestern United States that covers that region, as you see all those severe thunderstorm warnings and a few tornado warnings within those regions. Now over to the power outage map. One last look at the power outage map tonight. We're dealing with a lot of outages across the United States. And now we have a major outage event, not only in Indiana now, but now in Ohio. Let's take a look and see how many outages are now in the state of Ohio. Okay, so good news. The state of Indiana was originally at 158,000 customers without power, roughly 300,000 people. They're now down to 151,000. Granted, that's not very much, though it's something, which is good news. That number is starting to go down. Though, on the other hand, Ohio and Kentucky are starting to go up in power outages quite a bit. Ohio is at 79,000 outages, and Kentucky has skyrocketed up to 38,000 outages across those two states. So let's start out in Ohio State. See where bulk of the outages are. They're in the very southwestern portion of the state. Hamilton County, 45,000 outages. That's where the bulk of the outages are, right around the Cincinnati area. Claremont, 12,000 customers without power. Brown County, 2,600 customers without power. And also some isolated other power outages across the state of Ohio. And most of those outages down here is because of the city of Cincinnati. There's a possible tornado that blew through that area, which is why there's so many outages within those 3 counties to the very southwestern portion of Ohio. So now it's over to Kentucky. Rated. I live in about the heart in North Carolina. So let's go back really quick to the future radar so I can show you that really quick. It looks like, honestly, you're going to see some weather from this, so it's definitely not going to be very bad. As you can see, very early tomorrow morning, right around 7 a.m. Eastern time, that line of showers. I wouldn't be surprised if it retains some of its energy into tomorrow morning. It's not exactly going to look, I would say, this dissipated. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to some portions of the central and even eastern North Carolina. But thankfully, it's not going to be nearly as severe as it is right now, and it will be overnight tonight. So good news if you live in that area. But back to the power outage map. Go to Indiana, and I'm going to take a quick look at the state of Kentucky. See, most of the outages are in the central and southern part of Indiana. Almost every single county has some sort of outage event in the state of Indiana. Marion County, 19,000 outages. Hamilton County, that's the county that Indianapolis is in, 24,000 outages within Hamilton County. Even south of that, Morgan County, Martin County, Knox County, Henry County, Rush County, Fayette County. I mean, there's a lot of outages, power outages across the Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky region. All right, one last look at the power outage map in Kentucky. Here's most of the outages are where the storms are, in the very north central portion, in the very southwestern portion of the state of Kentucky. Grant County, over 1,400 outages. Pendleton County, over 1,800 outages. Robertson County, 500, and just some isolated power outages across the state. Though Bone County, over 6,700 outages. That's probably the most I've seen so far across the state of Kentucky. So those are the power outages, because I do believe they are going to work their way further southward. If you do live in the state of West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, even very northern Alabama and Georgia, expect some power outages tonight. Very strong straight line winds, and a few tornadoes are still possible. So if you live in those areas, make sure to have a flashlight next to your bed if you're going to go to sleep tonight, because you may not have a light switch to turn on by the time the storm wakes you up. So just keep that in mind. So let's take a look at the current tornado warnings here, and a few things about new tornado warnings. We currently have 2 new tornado warnings or I should say 1 new tornado warning in the state of Kentucky and Ohio, right on the border. I just got a wind gust of 71 miles per hour reported in Mason County, Kentucky. Very strong winds with a squall line. That's what's really causing most of the power outages. One last look at these 2 tornado warnings, one in northeastern Kentucky on the border between Ohio and Kentucky, and one a little further to the south. So this one over here, let me turn off the severe thunderstorm warnings. For the Rome, Concord, Ventsburg, Garrison, St. Paul area, you are under the tornado warning. National Weather Service in Wilmington issued a tornado warning for northern Lewis County and northeastern Kentucky. Actually, this just updated. Looks like they got rid of it for Concord and Rome. So if you live in those areas, the tornado warning is no longer in effect. That's also for southeastern Adams County. That has been canceled, though it remains in effect until 12:15 a.m. Eastern Time for northeastern Lewis and southeastern Scottsdale counties. Take a look at storm relative velocity. Right around the Ventsburg, west of the Garrison area, there's not very strong rotation, though there's a little bit near the Ventsburg. I'm actually not really seeing much, though it's still a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service. Make sure to get safe if you haven't already. TRA weather. What website can I find the TRD weather? The TRA weather. So one of the websites I use for both of them. One is called Tropical Tidbits. That's one I use frequently, and also the Pivotal Weather. Those are tropicaltidbits.com and pivotalweather.com. They have a lot of weather products that I like to use on TRA Weather, if you were wondering. And this other tornado warning down here, this is going to be the second tornado warning and the second and final tornado warning we have for tonight. Really no major cities under this, though. It remains in effect until midnight for east central Fleming and north central Rowan counties. Take a look, one last look at storm relative velocity. Actually, this looks to be the best signature so far out of these two tornadoes. A little bit right here, 18, or I should say 16 miles per hour in one direction and 50 miles per hour by the exact opposite direction. So live in those counties I listed, you're under a tornado warning. Make sure to put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible, and make sure to go on the lowest level of your home and get safe. Right before I end this stream, I'm going to take one last look at the TRA weather prediction again for tonight into tomorrow morning. Area shaded in green is under a low risk. Area shaded in yellow is under a medium risk. Area shaded in red is under a high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. And the area shaded in purple is under a very high risk for seeing severe thunderstorms. Major cities under the higher risks include Little Rock under a high risk and St. Louis and Nashville under the very high risk. And now to the storm hazards for the Midwestern and Southeastern portion of the United States, and also portions of the Ohio Valley for today, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning. Tornadoes are risk level 2 out of 5, along with flooding and wind shear. Again, tornadoes aren't really the main threat. The main threat is hail and damage and winds, as hail is at a risk level 4 out of 5, and rain, lightning, wind, power outages, and wind shear, or I should say CAPE, are all at risk levels 3 out of 5. For again today, overnight tonight, and into tomorrow morning for the Ohio Valley, southeastern United States, and the Midwestern regions of the United States. Well, that concludes live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Thanks for tuning in. Keep an eye on these two tornado warnings. If you do live in those areas, make sure to get safe if you haven't already, and also east of your locations, like the Grayson, Ashland, Sandy Hook area. Make sure to monitor those two tornado warnings if you live in those areas, because they will eventually get over to you guys. Thanks for watching this live severe storm coverage. If you haven't already, make sure to help out the channel, like and share this video, and subscribe to my channel, TRA Weather. Make sure to hit the bell also to get notifications for when I make a brand new weather forecast video or when I go live with severe weather coverage just like this. For everyone in the path of these severe storms, stay safe.